the zone, breaking it down from her comfy throne. Smart as hell with a side of flair, politics sass and a killer stare. Daisy's lurking tail in the frame, chat's already playing their games. That target day, sharp and bold, hot takes drop while the chaos unfolds. Truth with bite, in the way, still showing up every streaming day. Brains and vibes, she leads the pack, now buckle in, no looking back. That dark night, let's go!
As you should be. The little circle's not gonna beat in whatever the way it would if I stopped my cam like this. But I think it works. Maybe for this kind of thing, we should do it like this. Hold on, I'll change this for you guys. Let's make it more accurate. Where is my other do? There's the daisy. Yeah. There she is. It's uploading. Hold on, guys. There she is. Now that you can hear, this is totally Daisy's voice. Who sings my intro? AI does. That is courtesy of Creamage. So thank you very much. Creamage is the AI audio king. He creates our background music, our intro music, and our BRB music. It's all there. So yes, hi everybody. I'll show you why this is happening. Okay. Also, this is just cuter because you can just see Daisy a lot clearer. Yes. So first of all, yes, we know that yesterday I had a migraine, so the emergency did not happen. The emergency stream did not happen. But then also I had a bit of an infection on my face. So I basically have a very red cheek. I will show you a little bit. Let's see if the webcam comes on here. But I don't think you guys need to see it. Okay, you guys don't need to see it. There, you get a bit of a thing. It's not a pimple. It's an infection. And you know what? It might be Daisy's fault that this has occurred because she gave me a kiss on my face, and I don't know, maybe she had just been licking her butthole or whatever. So I've got like yeah, that's basically what's happening over here. So I'm not going to make you guys look at that, and I'm also going to chill in my gown. So there you go. That's the reasoning, and I honestly don't think it's a bad exchange. Do you? No. I am going to the doctor again. I went to the dermatologist and they weren't very helpful. Eek. So I'm going to a better doctor tomorrow. Yay. So yes, that's cool. It was bad, but from my aesthetic perspective, atheistic, aesthetic. So this is in response to the poll, right? Please go ahead and vote if you have not yet in the poll about whether it is the Jordan Peterson performance was over-exaggeratedly bad or not. How did you feel? Vote in the poll if it's yes or no. I didn't give you maybes, whatever. Just give you a yes or no. Maybe we retake this poll at the end of our diagram. It was bad, but from my atheistic perspective, JBP has always been bad on this topic. I have been against his stance on this for a long time. So nothing really lost there for Atheist Gamer. We don't mind seeing your butthole imperfection. What do you mean by bad? As in, it wasn't a good performance. One of V's responses was, "It is the worst debates that Jordan Peterson has done." So there's that. So that's what I mean by bad. Because I mean, let's do this as well. If you go on Twitter, basically there's the opposite of good. Oh, I get the idea. Sorry, Stephen, you were doing sorry. Okay, I was taking it too literally. Stephen, hello, was like, what do you mean by good? He's making fun of of Jordan Peterson. I'm so sorry, guys. I was going too literal. Let's blame it on the cat brain. No, not really. Oh, she's so cute. She's really. Please take me seriously with a cat face, though. So yes, what I have done is let's go to the debate, the diagramming part. Okay, we can turn this off here. So we could also, yeah, I think it's cute. Unfortunately, it's, or you could keep me in the background, but why use my computing space like this? So I could be like blah 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 blah. No, I think having just Daisy works. Right. So, but for Michael Jackson, bad was good. Really, really bad. Wouldn't mind if we could do that. So guys, look at the new layout. Hello. We've got health bars. Have you noticed? So on the left-hand side, we've got Jordan Peterson here. I don't want to move him around. And on the right hand, we have all of the atheists as a collective. Okay, they share a life bar. I know that they're uneven, but you know what? I needed to start stream. So we're here. This is where we're at. Scuffs in the chat from members if we have any. Why are you trying to destroy respect for JBP, Kitty? 2 bad videos in a row. I don't think it was that bad. I enjoyed his last one. He was fine. He was okay. When it came to what's his name? The alt-right dude, the woke-right dude, James Lindsay, I think he made JBP look good. So there's that. Right. So won't be saying other shit to do, just saying hi. Well, thank you for saying hi. Leave your like behind. Enjoy whatever shit you got to do. I admire that Jordan B. Peterson was against using personal pronouns and being anti-woke. That's it. I've never liked his takes on any other topic. Cat cam, no kitty cam. Yep, no kitty cam, just cat cam. And this is all she does. She's not, actually, she's right up there. She's on the pony. If she comes, I'll show you. If she comes to the desk, I'll put her on. Bye, like left. Thank you. Right. So yes, we're gonna have to try and remain consistent when we take a whole kitty away. You see that you have, it should be 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Okay, so we have 15 life points, guys, which is 15 kitty cat heads. Okay, custom designed by yours truly, and then a life thing. And the great crazy technology that I will be using is moving health bar and death bar around. So here, health bar gets cropped. Where is it? Don't lock it. There we go. Health bar gets cropped to show it is dying. There's dying. So you see, that's how it would look. Can we have Daisy present from now on? I was worried that was going to be the thing, but you know what? It works. How can I deny that? How can I deny Daisy? You guys are just looking at Daisy, and then when I want you guys to listen to me a little bit harder, then I'll be around. Stop eastoid. Okay, so we have life bars. Everybody rejoice, and scuffs in the chat. But that's not the only thing that we've done. I've actually I did some prep, guys. Really. Oh, I need to reconnect. Sorry. Here we go. Right. You can go down here, and you can go here. So one thing I have not figured out before I've gone live, which is just always fun, is what I'm going to do with my videos, because I need to show you a video in a certain way, and I do not enjoy the player that's what's the name? What do you call it? The player that StreamYard gives us. But let's see. Let's go to the videos and like any videos. Is it here? Stream asset videos. Here we go. No, not intros and outros. No. Sorry, guys. So basically, I had to do a little bit of an edit. Okay, I'm trying to at least avoid a little bit of the not banning, the copyright claim madness that Jubilee has apparently gone on. V removed his whole video about this thing, so I'm trying to kind of get around that. The last time I did a Jubilee video, that I did dispute it, and I got and they released it, which is fine. But I'm trying to avoid that completely by doing this.
You say that. I haven't claimed that.
Oh, what is this?
So how's that going, guys? So instead of they're all different. Not all of them are going to blind you like this, but I've basically cut the other stuff up. And yeah, this is basically the intro, so we can have a little bit of a chat about it. I'm not diagramming this; it's an intro, and then we'll go claim by claim. So that's what we're doing here. High pitch Jordan never would have put that on a bingo card. Well, here it is. And yeah, so basically, I think we'll get through claim 1. Let's have a look. Just before we go into this, okay? Let's just look at the layout of the conversation, because your girl has some prep done. Okay, so here is, obviously it's Jordan Peterson versus atheists. We know that, but you know what? Look, I look like I'm part of the diagram, guys. Do is part of the diagram. Right, so here I've got our usual key with the atheist and JBP, right? I've given them names within their little branches, right? Because that's what the video gives us. But yeah, otherwise we're looking at them as a collective, because that's the way that they've been framed with this this format. Hi, Cyber Ringu, good to see you. Have you got your coffee? How many coffees are you down today? Usual major topic thing to help us just navigate the map a little bit. Commentary wise, this by the way, let's change this to the handwriting thing, so it gives commentary vibes. But one of the things I also wanted to get your guys' opinion on was because as I said, I made a promise that I would mark every time Jordan Peterson dodges a definition. So there it is, you guys. I think this is pretty good. It's like woohoo, he's running away from the definition, so definition dodge. Then I've got gotcha damage, as in it's just it's optical damage, So when that happens, I'm thinking what we do is we move the health bar. Okay, so when I've put that there, we have to move the health bar or death bar, or whatever. We have to show damage taken for each side. Okay, and then genuine damage, same thing, but these two are going to count the same. Okay, or maybe we can make them count one lot less than the other. I don't know. Any other ideas you want to add to this? You guys are part of me creating this as being the live audience. That's what you're here for. If I did it just by myself, I would make all the decisions all alone. 1 coffee, one Red Bull, 50 units of spirit. What? Pooza Thursday for you. I'm all about Gnosticism, whom the Catholics annihilated. Well, it'll be interesting to have you along for this journey. I don't think JB did as bad as people are pretending. I don't think this format is conducive to anything but rhetorical blah. But even then, he was fine. Not his best, but fine. I think I'm with you. There's some really bad moments, but I think the format also manages to give us some crap. I've already had 2 cups of coffee. Can't have another. Okay, I've had. This is my second one with caffeine. The ones with the decafs don't count, guys. 1 point equals 1 Xanax. Some of these atheists were embarrassing. As an agnostic myself, I tend to sit on the fence. On the side and point and laugh anyway. Okay, there you go. He signed up to be a Christian in the challenge, so he does self-identify as a Christian. For the fact that he is unclear and inconsistent, he's not atypical of faith in general. true, that is part of the reason people have a problem with theism. I am a mix between atheist and Christian. I don't know, it's weird. I may be agnostic. Yeah, I think a lot of people actually are rather agnostic. And it seems like, sorry, let me move this away so I'm not yelling in your ear the whole time. It seems like Jordan Peterson is broadening the definition of God to kind of get you to the atheists and say, look, you believe in God anyway, haha. And I don't think that's conducive to them coming to God. It's not a good way. It's kind of making them double down if you do that. I think the best you could get there is them saying, fine, I will believe in that, but I'm not going to believe in the scriptures. So there's that. Anyway, let's have a look at the claims, right? So one of the things, fuck this microphone setup here we have here. Oh, mummy. Okay. Right? I'm a Kit Kat. Dance. Hi, Popo. Thank you for the subscription. So, the claims, right? Part of this surrounded, what do you call it, format is the person that's debating gets a certain number of claims, and then it was cat jump scare, yay! More jump scares, let's go. So yeah, they get claims to defend, which you don't really get. You could have a whole episode with one claim. So yeah, the fact that they've got millions of claims in one doesn't really help us, but it helps for great clips, doesn't it? I think many of the people that are having a good old laugh at Jordan Peterson haven't watched all of this, and certainly won't be watching this kind of coverage and in-depth analysis, yes, of the debates, which is not fun. It's not nice. But hey, you weird nerds are here, and you'll come along for me, because I really want to go through this, see if it really is the worst thing ever. But yeah, here are his claims. We're probably only going to get through claim 1 today because you know how slow I am. But yeah, atheists reject God, but they don't understand what they're rejecting. So there it looks, you can pick up what he's doing. It's the definition of God. They don't know what they're rejecting. There's also this implication here that, okay, if you knew what you're rejecting, you wouldn't reject it. That seems like his argument there. That, okay, well, yeah, the only reason you reject God is because you're not understanding what you're rejecting. That seems to be his argument, and I think people call him on it. Then we've got claim 2, morality and purpose can't be found within science. So he's saying you have to, obviously, belief in God is where we get morality and purpose. Belief in something more can't be found within science. There's no scientific reason for us to believe in God. That's a wobbly one. The atheists seem to work pretty well with this one. I don't need it to be absolutely necessary for everybody to believe in God. It's not part of my faith. So if this is okay with people, if this is how they see the world, I can't really do anything. So the whole argument of atheism and theism, it's tied out for me. But actually, this is so cool, right? Remember we said we were going to do a religious debate and everything, and then this just came up. So very exciting. I'm very happy to keep going with this for another week because it's pretty long. So I hope you're going to be around for the journey. Okay, so claim 3, everybody worships something, including atheists, even though they might not know it. This goes again to this idea that he is broadening the definition of God. It reminds me of this claim as well, where it's something like, okay, well, you're still, the way he's doing it is he's kind of pushing it that an atheist can't but believe in God. You just by existing, you are admitting to God or something like that. He's trying to basically say, yeah, you know what, your rejection of God isn't even possible because you're immortal. So that's kind of just the vibe I get. Obviously, I haven't listened all the way through it, and I'm going to be diagramming it. So I'm just giving you my beginning thoughts when I look at it top down like this. Okay, claim 4. Atheists accept Christian morality but deny the religion's foundational stories. So you kind of think, okay, this is what he's doing is atheists are they are moral. They are practicing moral things that they get from Christianity, but they don't accept the story. So what that practically means is they don't believe the Bible. They don't believe in the stories being literal or anything like that, and I don't think he does either. So maybe I don't think that Jordan Peterson believes the Bible is literal. He's not a Bible literalist. So what is he trying to say here? Just as before I go and listen to him, they apply Christian morals, but they just don't believe the stories are real. Okay. You do have to. It is stated you do have to believe that Christ existed. So that is quite a thing. It seems like he believes that, but I don't know. Then the last thing, because of this format, the way they do it is a claim from the person he chooses. They debate it, and he chooses Zena, who actually shows up in claim 3. So when we get to claim 3. You'll be able to pick up on why he chose Zena to interact with. I thought he would have chosen Greg, but he chose Zena. And the claim that they're gonna debate is Jordan Peterson's framework for understanding Christianity is probably not the one the Bible intends us to use. That's a really cool argument to get into, because okay, cool, Jordan Peterson, you've got this whole conceptualization of the Bible. I'm still not done with his book, the We Who Wrestle with God. But this claim here saying that you're all about the Bible, dude, but you know what? The Bible didn't even intend us to use this interpretation. So that's quite an awesome debate to have. Okay. Any one of these that you guys are like, wow, about the claims? I think over here, this is an interesting way to start it. Considering the format, I wish that what people did with this format is they let him not just make a claim, they actually let him make the argument a little bit more. Because what people do is they come in and attack it, and we don't always get the person's claim all the way out. But luckily, Jordan Peterson, he's able to stand his own and make his points. But anyway, that's what we're going to be doing with this. We start the journey today. Also, look how cute Xmind is. I can have a link. So this is the main map where we go, okay, cool, this is where we're at. So I'll be able to give you a little key. It's like a big map. Then I can go in here and go, we go here, we're over here in the claim 1 map, because we'll need 1 map each, guys. It'll be a lot better that way. Couldn't they just get a real Christian to debate? No. We need the clicks of Jordan Peterson. So speaking of which, let's add the let us add the video. And here's a bit of an intro, and we can talk about that, and then we can actually diagram. So, let me put this here to show you where this clip comes from. Danny, who is in claim 3. Okay, so
This is Christians versus atheists?
Don't be a smartass.
Either
can you hear it, right?
you're a Christian or you're not. Which one is it?
You're really quite something, you are.
Aren't I? But you're really quite nothing.
This is the thing that's gone viral. You're really quite nothing. Blah, 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 blah. Very cool. Oh my goodness. You are really cool. You won. It's not the win that you think it is, though, bro. You just look like a cheeky little shit, in my opinion. But yeah, he does have a point that Jordan Peterson is nothing, in that he will not call himself a Christian, which is like, I understand that this is his stance or whatever, but I want to understand why. Why? Don't just play around with it. Tell me. But yeah, I kind of agree with the way Peterson dealt with this guy. It's like, you know what? Fuck you. I'm not talking to you. You're being a little cheeky shit, and he kind of is a parent in this way. The way he's like, okay, I'm done with you. But yes, of course, this is the one that's most viral and clearly starts off the video.
Right, you're not a Christian.
Okay, I'm done with him.
Yeah. So that was the one guy that speaks that way is Ian. That has his hand over his face. It's Ian. I think it is. So this guy tweets Sky Daddy isn't real daily. He really does. You know what? I feel like he is. He's related to James Franco or something. He's James Franco's cousin.
You're a Christian.
Look how happy he is with himself. Jeez. And people have said, oh, Jordan Peterson is facing his worst nightmare. He's facing the basement dwellers and shit. Like, shut up, man. He's just facing cheeky little shits. And he's done this his whole life. But I guess, yeah, this is a great clip. Let's play it.
You say that. I haven't claimed that.
Oh, what is this? Is this?
I mean, it is. Okay, so that's the first thing, the introduction we get. We're like, hello, it was called, and I know because the first time I clicked on the video, it was called Christian versus atheists. So he's like, what the fuck are you doing here? If when you're not you didn't claim you're a Christian, what are we talking about here? But when you actually see the intro, he actually says, I'm Jordan Peterson, I'm this and this and this. And he never says, I am a Christian. He does not say that. So some people have theorized, including V, that that this was a trap. So I don't know if it was. Maybe they said to him, yeah, of course we're going to, we're not going to call you a Christian, but you will be arguing for the Christian side, which is, that's something he could have said himself. I'm arguing for Christians here. I'm arguing for the Bible. I'm arguing for this. Like, I don't, why is he so against saying, even in this instance, just for this exercise, okay, fine, call me a Christian for this. Or I am operating for the Christian side. I'm still looking at the camera like you guys can see me. It's pretty funny. Okay, so
Christians versus atheists?
Don't be a smartass.
Either you're a Christian or you're not. Which one is it?
You're really quite something, you know.
Aren't I? But you're really quite nothing. Right, you're not.
That's just dumb. Like, really, he kicked he kicked himself.
Not a Christian.
Okay, I'm done with him. Hello there. I'm Dr. Jordan Peterson. I'm a clinical psychologist, a professor emeritus at the University of Toronto.
See? Okay, we got the psychologist, professor, blah blah blah. What are we getting here? He's saying, and I'm a Christian. Like,
An author, a podcaster, public speaker, and today I'm surrounded by 25 atheists.
yeah, today I'm surrounded by 25 atheists. That's it. So what did you think you were doing? Well, you know what the surrounded format is about, right? If you're surrounded by atheists, it'll be the opposite of atheists that you're arguing for. So yeah, this being a trick, maybe not. Maybe he agreed to it and they changed the title or something. Yeah. Has he made a video in response yet? I'm waiting for it. JP's biggest fault is the tards he associates with. Some of those people, like Delta says, Lindsay, are just pure cringe. I blame the Daily Wire for a lot of things. Here for the shit show. Cool, Ducky. Saab, that Daily Wire money hits hard. It hits him really too hard, guys. So anyway, the reason I wanted to put that intro bit together was, okay, you see what I mean? He does not say, what's the name? That hey, I'm a Christian, but still you can glean it from context, boy. What was the agreement? And he could have stated that in the beginning, that he was just taking the stance, taking the place of Christians in this space.
Peterson.
Okay, so we are doing claim 1. This is claim 1. Sorry about the brightness, but by claim 3 we're good. Okay. Yeah, the squeaky voices, tell me if they're really bad. I don't even know if they're going to help us avoid having to deal with a claim, but the point is this is a very, very much fair use, boys and girls. You would be irritated if you wanted to use this to watch this piece of content, watch my content. You're gonna get through like 30 seconds of content in 10-15 minutes. It's not gonna work out for you. So yes, fair use. That's all I'm saying. Okay. Okay, so let's go. We are on claim 1. Let's go into here. And our first person is Cade. Okay. And let's get our thingies over here. Let's actually get the whole thing. Key. And here. There we go. Xmind doing the things. Okay. Atheist, it'll be Cade. What. And commentary. Cool. Let's go. We started off. I don't want to do I'll put quotes where necessary, because I think when it comes to Jordan Peterson, we will have to go down to the word level. But with everyone else, we can go ideas, I think. Let's see. Danny has made a video where he claims it was sent out in a mail to everyone, and the entire layout was presented to everyone before the show. So Jordan P is acting bad faith or is delusional. I don't know which one it is. Delusional and or bad faith. Right. Let's get the background music on so long. I hope it doesn't fuck out because I'm doing a little different kind of video thing. But everybody cross thumbs. Let's go. Okay. Both. Okay. It's hard to think of a situation that would be stronger example of fair use than your streams. Exactly, right? Jordan had a good showing. He was arguing with people behaving like lunatics, as he himself has done in the past. Who can blame him in the subject world of content? And who would want to? Right, let's get into it, boys.
What you doing?
So this claim here that atheists don't know what they're rejecting. My background is in studying to become a traditional Catholic priest, daily mass, daily rosary, going on long retreats, deep into the
Kitty's butthole. It's not my butthole, it's the cat's butthole, guys. It's the cat butthole. It's Daisy's butthole. And then you just have Daisy's face there. It's so cute. Okay, anyway. That is also why, Master, why I did turn off the camera, so you guys don't get infected visually. So you never know. Okay, so I blocked people I even like on Twitter recently. Sometimes I just don't need to know people's unprepared shower thoughts. Oh, have you seen Shower Thoughts, the Reddit? It's really fun. No butthole infections. Buttholes are absolutely clean, guys.
magisterium and biblical hermeneutics. Like, I was thoroughly in it. And it seems like
Okay, so we've got this guy. He studied Cade, right? Cade studied, was going to be a priest. I post crazy stuff on Twitter. I'm a bother. That's why people follow you. They want to be bothered by you. It's not a real bother.
I do know what I'm missing. Is there something that I missed over years of study, both this issue formally and living out religion so deeply?
Okay, so was going to be a priest, lived out religion practically. Also, okay, if we just go before we let him respond, because of course I'm going to talk. Yeah, with this, it shows you the weakness of this whole this format, where it's like, oh well, he makes a claim, this very big broad claim, and then one person can come in there and say, well, I'm different, and then you could have a whole fucking episode talking about this. But no, we're gonna use 20 minutes, and not even 20 minutes, it's about 5 minutes per person, really 8 minutes per person, and this is all we get. We don't get them to lay out their arguments, in a timely manner. But hey, I guess we would get a lot of waffling otherwise. So, okay, this makes sense though. He's got his first response to Peterson's claim is, okay, well, I think I understand. Essentially what he's saying is, I understand what I gave up. So he knows, he was gonna, so clearly he had belief and he was disillusioned, so he does understand it. And that is a weakness to Jordan's argument, which is like, oh, only if you understood, then you wouldn't reject it. So by rejecting it, it means that you don't understand. But we obviously don't have this chat yet, because Jordan Peterson just gets to make that one claim, and that's the end of it.
Well, you obviously feel that you missed something when you were practicing for the priesthood.
So obviously he missed something. See, that's an assumption that doesn't make sense. Obviously you missed something. This is a huge judgment to place on someone. Oh, you clearly missed something. You personally, this is what your claim means, Dr. Peterson, is that if he has rejected God, it's because he doesn't understand it. That's the only way. And they're not going to accept that. I can understand. Yeah, it's pretty difficult for someone to accept God. It is a struggle. But if somebody's made this decision, that's their decision. I don't know. I guess, yeah, I guess as someone who is a believer, which again, he's not, so I don't understand why we're having this conversation. But somebody who's a believer would say, oh, well, maybe it is because they don't understand. But you don't need to convince the person that. You can have that opinion of a non-believer, right? And then live your life, which is kind of what I would do. But okay, I don't know what he's on about, or what his mission is. Yeah, especially if he won't call himself a Christian. And he won't explain to me, he won't explain why. Oh, if you can find me a video where he does, thank you. Please let me know. He doesn't explain why he won't call himself a Christian. And so far in the book that I'm reading that he's written about the Bible, he hasn't said it. But that's because I'm only in the beginning, so. Hello from Australia. Hi, Crispy Samoan. Why would he call himself a Christian? Why wouldn't he? Because he's studying the Bible deeply and like professing it, essentially. It's interesting. Like the way that he's working here, you would think he's a believer.
Your aim was off then. So there's always...
Obviously you missed something. Your aim was off then. And also the way that this is toned is like he was off for trying to. He was already off because he tried to study. This is a weak answer.
There's the possibility that it's still off now.
There's a possibility it's still off now. So you were wrong. You were wrong about wanting to study God, but you could still be wrong now. It's a 40% argument. I don't know. I don't feel it. You were wrong. You thought you were wrong before. Maybe you're still wrong. So one of the things that I've heard people say is, oh, Jordan Peterson just always he's used to just being able to say things that sound profound and then he can move on. And he doesn't have to really explain himself too much because everyone's just in awe of him. And people in the beginning were like this. Now people have woken up a little bit more and think a little bit more. They have more questions for him. So he's no longer this amazing person, he is being questioned, and that's apparently what's making him lose his mind.
What was off about my aim in the first place?
I don't know. That might take a long time to figure out. But
Then it seems kind of like this no true Scotsman type of.
I actually am so glad that I made their voices squeaky, guys, because I really cannot stand this guy Cade's voice, because he's like I think he's one of those new Gen Z kind of dudes that has content like this when he talks. I don't know about it, but I think he does, because he goes, "There's no true Scotsman." I just couldn't deal. So I'm very happy with the squeaky voices. I'm so sorry if you don't like them. They aren't on that much, so you'll be fine. Anyway, it's like this neutral Scotsman thing. Okay, very nice. He planned this
fallacy in which you're the arbiter of people's aims and how.
Yeah, and this is true. This is you're the arbiter. The arbiter. Well, JBP is placing himself as the arbiter of who has enough belief, basically. Ending every sentence with a question. Yeah, millennials do it too.
They understand those aims to be. How
Who of people's lives, I suppose. Okay, I'm rephrasing. I want to rant about this debate so badly. Well, you're in the right
that
place.
you can claim that people don't know something that you know about their life despite not having met them?
Yeah, that's a silly thing. He does say, "Oh well, it is a general statement." Of course it is. That's the weakness of this freaking format. But then you're smart enough to craft it properly. Craft it in a smart enough way that we can get into the individual discussion. I don't know. So what he said, you let me see how this navigation works. Just hold on.
well, it's obviously a generic claim.
You can claim that people don't know something that you know.
How do you claim? Something about people's lives. How do you claim to know something about people's lives that they don't know? He would have to accept this claim. He would have to say, "Yeah, I know better than you." He would say, "Well, in my opinion, this is it." So this is quite a good question, and it does expose the general statement. What name of it?
Know about their life despite not having met them?
Well, it's obviously a generic claim, just like the atheist claim that there's no God is a generic claim.
Okay, so his response is, it's obviously generic claim, and that's the same as atheists saying there is no God equals general claim. Okay, that's these are the wrong colors, guys. Hold the copy style here. Okay, it's a generic claim. This does make sense, so fine. You're making this general claim about everything. I guess no. An atheist saying there is no God. That's their belief. That's all they can do is say that that's their belief. Which is why an atheist saying there is no God is not something so offensive to me that I must now lose my mind about it. and I must spend the rest of my days trying to convince this person that they must believe in God. That's just their belief. Their belief does not take away mine. It can sadden you, or but it's absolutely their choice, as it was mine.
In your case, it would have to be specified more, and I'm not claiming to understand what was going on in your mind, but
Yeah.
I'm not claiming to understand what went on in your mind, except that I am. I guess he can take it that way. The person who hears him say, "I'm not claiming to think about to know what was in your mind," but this claim itself, reject God, but they don't understand what they're rejecting. The claim in itself is making an assumption of everybody who believes there is no God. It's just because they don't understand. And obviously it's a prompt. It's more of a prompt to talk about, where he wants to get into the unknowable nature of God, and it's kind of as if you can't live without God. You actually, your consciousness makes you live with God in a very mystical way. But people are interacting with this claim practically. They're saying, hold on, when I reject God, I understand what I'm rejecting. So he is definitely making a claim. He says he's not, but honestly, to everybody else, when you phrase it that way, weakness of the format again, when you phrase it that way, people are going to say you are making a determination about my consciousness. You have to swallow that, Peterson. You have to say, yes, I am. Yes, I am. And then what? Okay, so I'm not claiming to know what was going on in your mind. So I'll just say to know what was going on. Okay. Oopsie.
My aim in the first
I
place.
don't know. That might take a long time to...
Not having met them?
Well, it's obviously a generic claim, just like the atheist claim that there's no God is a generic claim. In your case, it would have to be specified more, and I'm not claiming to understand what was going on in your mind, but...
Okay. To understand what was going on in your mind. Okay, so he fine, we would need to be a little bit more individual, be more specific. Okay, I understand that.
Yeah.
My experience with atheists is twofold, is that they have a very reductive notion of what constitutes God.
Okay, so atheists, he has an example about what his experience with atheists is. Put it in a circle because it's just a claim that we might have to look back at just now. So sorry, wrong color. Not the right color either. Eee! This one? Oh, for fuck's sake, Chinsia. Copy style. Paste. Okay, and then we just make you a circle. Okay. They are a reductive idea of God, of what God is. But you can't help but be reductive in this damn format. So, yeah, a generic claim. Weakness, I'm just going to say weakness of the format exposed. We get this in the other Jubilee that I did as well. It's the same thing, where it's like we can have some of the conversation, but not all of it. It's nice and sensational, and we get a little taste of the conversations we can have.
Let's say in the Judeo-Christian tradition, and they've often been hurt by someone who...
Okay, is that the same thing? Often hurt by someone in faith, or as Judeo-Christian. It seems like he's latched onto the Judeo-Christian though, because he sticks with the Bible. Often hurt by someone in the church. Often hurt by God, so to speak.
Was religious or by the religious enterprise or perhaps by God himself, so to speak, and that's left them with an animus.
But I think that you have a
So that's all. They've left it with an animus. Actually, you know what? I could do this. Daisy, come here, mommy. Come say hello, mama. Come say hello live, dude. Huh? Okay. Daisy is coming. Wait. Come here. Come here. Say yourself. Never mind. Okay, fine. Go in the drawer. Be a good girl. You guys at least get a picture of her, so you're fine. Oh. Daisy. Okay. JP is making shit up. No. Hey, you're assuming what's inside his head.
reductive view of what atheism is. You've defined religion so broadly to include
Hurt by someone who was religious or by the religious enterprise or perhaps by God himself, so to speak.
Hold on. I'm trying to get the kitty cam going. Wait, Daisy. Wait, Daisy. I'm trying to get it for you guys. Just once at least so you can see the moving Daisy. Where are you, dude? Oh, did I remove my webcam? No. Daisy? Daisy, come here. Where is Daisy? There, this Daisy here. There's a Daisy. She's the culprit. She gave me the infection. It's her fault. Daisy, come here. There. Hello. Hello. There you go, guys. Oh, that's Twitch alerts. There we go. Okay. So cute. Yeah, so cute. Is that when the first pope was elected, Catholics was a thing? I don't know. Imagine if one of these 20 guys said that atheists are irrational and turn to worship to deal with trauma. You mean theists, sorry. Theists are irrational and turn to worship to deal with trauma. It is the same claim in reverse, but I bet Peterson will lose his shit. Yeah, that's very true. Thanks, Master. I appreciate it. I can feel my cheek. Okay, that's what's happening here. It's swollen. Okay.
Speak, and that's left them with an animus.
But I think that you have a reductive view of what atheism is.
I agree with him. He does have a reductive view of what atheism is. You have a reductive view of what atheism is. Daisy! She just threw a fit, and a hair tie has now gone flying. Okay, go get it. Go get it. Go. Nope, she's not going anywhere. Okay, Didi. Okay, I agree with him. He's being just as reductive as he's saying they are being. They have a reductive idea of what is God. You have a reductive idea of what atheism is. So, ta-da! There you go. Same thing.
Defined religion so broadly to include any sort of having aim in life, any sort of cultural archetypes, or having a metaphorical substrate. And atheism to you is a very specific type of like 3 people in the world that are these Raskolnikov type of, they want to get away with a perfect murder. It seems like you have the reductive view of what an atheist is.
Okay, so he also made this claim. Okay, reductive aim. reductive view of what atheism is, yes, you've immediately said that the reason they have atheism is because they've rejected that they don't understand. That's one of the things. But now what he has picked no face cam today, cover them shoulders. Yeah, that's exactly it. Although Daisy's shoulders are showing very much so. So here he's saying you've reduced it to, well, actually what you've done, okay, you've got a reduction of what atheism is, but then it seems like he also makes such a broad claim. He's broadened the definition of religion. I think it was religion or belief. I think it's religion, he said.
Was religious, or by the religious enterprise, or perhaps by
Define religion so broadly.
Yeah, religion so broadly. The religion so much that it includes having any moral fiber, any purpose. So it's kind of like he's actually, look, what I would say he's trying to say here, what could be added to this is defining it so broadly that you actually cannot physically reject it. Actually reject it. He's done that, and at the same time, as well as if you reject it, it's just because you don't understand. Both are incredibly reductive, but it's just he's reduced it. That's it. JP is playing pop psychologist.
To include any sort of having aim in life, any sort of cultural archetypes, or having a metaphorical substrate. And atheism to you is a very...
I actually want to use the keywords here, sorry. Not having includes having any morals, moral substrate, any purpose, substrate, any purpose, any cultural values, whatever. I'm not using their exact words, but we're getting the ideas. If I get something really wrong, you're gonna have to really keep yelling at me until I change it.
Very specific type of like 3 people in the world that are these Raskolnikov type of, they want to get away with a perfect murder. It seems like you have the reductive view of what an atheist...
I think his response here actually is whoopsie poopsie, because he says, oh, you have a reductive view of what atheism is. And he actually goes on to the broadened definition thing and then moves back to this. So first he goes from, you have a reductive view on what atheism is. This doesn't make his points incorrect, by the way, but it's like he goes here, then he goes here, and then he actually comes back. Goes, oh, by the way, you actually have a reductive thing of what atheism is. You think atheists are like are this narrow group of people trying to get, I'm gonna put this here, who are trying to get away with the perfect murder. Which is, yeah, it's this, basically it's the same idea. Both of these things are good points that I would want to bring up to Jordan Peterson, but he's actually repeating it. Well, expanding upon it. Returns to and I think he does that because he's nervous, and that's okay.
Atheist is.
Well, let's start with your claim.
Okay, let's start with your claim. Okay, what's the claim?
How do you define the God that you're rejecting?
How do you define the God that you're rejecting? So that's where you should go. I think he's spoken about him studying, right? And that's what he went and rejected. The best we can do is talk about this individual, which I think is the best way to go, even given this silly format, right? Speak to the people that are in front of you. So let's start with your claim. What is the God you're rejecting? So I understand this wanting to go to an individual level, but in this format, it doesn't really work, does it? So let me just note here, we're a valuable despite the format, but when we get generalized, then it falls apart. So he's I'm not making excuses for him. I'm just saying, shall we take, is this genuine damage? I think it's genuine damage. He's saying this whole thing that you have reduced, this should be, you've broadened the definition so much that it includes having moral subject, any purpose or cultural values. Not that he's really made the points clearly. Let's put, I think it's genuine health loss. So it's this, and we said genuine was, what did I do here? Sorry for symbols. Genuine damage is a star, purple star. So go Cade. I think everyone will agree that I should be taking something away, right? Let's do this. Oopsie, that screen's not gonna work. Hi Daisy do, see my do. Player 2, player 1. Health bar. Health background, you move now. Sorry Daisy. I've taken one whole meow away from Peterson, boys. Do you see it? It's gone. Happy Thor's Day, by the way. Happy Day of Thor. Come on, Daisy, go there. Come on, sit in the drawer. Be a good girl. Be a good girl, Daisy. Don't kiss me with your butthole. Come on. Oh, you can't blame her. Look at that face. Look at that face. And I have blamed her, although it's not confirmed that she's the reason I'm infected. Oh, she loved this keyboard. Yes, come solo. Daisy, you are not helping us solve the mysteries of the world. Although I would say to you guys, I ask you, with tears in my eyes, how do you look at Daisy's face and not go, there is a God? It's a joke, but also not really, honestly. Like, I look at her and I'm like, yeah, there is a God. That gal? That gal's not an accident.
Like, what is God to you? You studied in the church, you found that unsatisfactory. How would you characterize what you rejected?
I think that
How would you characterize what you... Daisy's knocking the microphone. Did you guys hear her? Maybe purr a bit for us, Daisy. Hey? Did you hear her purr, guys? Purr. There you go. You see? There was that butthole. Okay, dude. Okay. Sometimes I feed a local crow. I call him Odin. Do you give him shiny things? Give him shiny things. He'll bring you shiny things too. Okay. Continue.
average Christian believer, when they
Pa! Pa! Pa!
say that they're Christian and they believe, they mean some sort of God that is all powerful, all perfect.
So now he brings it back to the general kind of thing, which I suppose I can't blame him for. It's not. Yes. It for me. It's not. It doesn't make it a very interesting conversation. I want to hear what he has to say. But yeah, he just says, well, yeah, in general. So give the people what they want, Mr. Peterson. In general, when people they think of all-knowing, all-powerful, all-loving. Does he say Judeo-Christian God?
Is somehow involved.
You rejected.
I think the average Christian believer, when they say that they're Christian and they believe, they mean some sort.
Sorry, the average Christian believer. Thinks of God. Okay, all-knowing, all-powerful, all-loving, and
Sort of God that is all-powerful, all-perfect, is somehow involved in the.
somebody in chat do the Axel emote to show. Daisy is not my only kitty. Technically, if we count the cats that are back in South Africa, I have 4 cats. Do Christians actually believe that? They should believe that, yes, that's all-knowing, all-powerful, all-loving, because God is loving. If you are Christian, yes, you should be doing that, because if you are Christian, you are accepting Christ, so you are focused on the New Testament, not the Old Testament, because the Old Testament, there's a lot of things that could make someone think, hey, God isn't all-loving, is he?
Matters of this world, and that we look.
He's involved in all the matters of this world, somehow involved. So it's like he has an influence on how things happen, because God's will is a thing that, no lies. Who is writing a book? Everybody's writing a book. I'm writing a book.
To them through wisdom and with the Logos incarnate in Christ.
Logos incarnate in Christ is like, hey, let me just do a little bit of a drop of the philosophy over here. Logos incarnate in Christ. Okay. If you're talking about the typing, that's me. That's what's happening. We're doing it on screen live. We're doing it live.
It also seems like you don't believe in religion in the way that the average Christian says that they believe in religion.
Okay, you don't believe in religion the way an average Christian believes in their religion. Go boy, because that is true. You will not even call yourself a Christian, so whatever you're on about is something separate. So I don't know what we're arguing about anyway. So this is what the average believer in Christ thinks. And yes, as he pointed out earlier, you have broadened the definition. I think he knows this. He's broadened the definition of what it means to be Christian to such an extent that actually, or to be a believer, that it's actually impossible not to believe. Because living in society is somehow, it makes you a Christian. It makes you accept the teachings of God. I would love for Peterson to be arguing for everybody at the pearly gates, basically, and saying, no, this person's a Christian, I swear. Let him through the eye of the needle. It'll happen. Okay, so average Christian believer thinks God as this, and then he says the way that you believe in it is different. The way you perceive, or God is not perceive, you conceptualize, is different to most Christians. And I agree with that. I do agree with that. And I think the way he conceptualizes it might be a little bit more, look, don't quote me on this immediately, but it seems to me like it seems a little bit more genuine. But then when he doesn't want to take the label, I'm like, oh, why don't you? Because it seems like he's got a lot of depth to his belief. I don't know. I would just love to have him just talking about. I suppose you have to get a Daily Wire membership to just hear him talk about God and the way he thinks of God. The God of the Old Testament and of the New. Yes, the God of the Old Testament and the God of the New are, of course, the same God. But if you are focused on only the Old Testament and you don't really take anything from the New Testament, then you're not understanding the development of the relationship between humans and God. Christ is supposed to change the whole dynamic. It's supposed to be a what belief, Kitty? What is his belief? That's true. His, you know what? His steadfastness? No. His passion about the lessons that we learn from it. But then again, that won't be enough if you don't actually believe in Christ. So, oopsie poopsie.
And there are as many gods out there as there are believers, because everybody has mutually exclusive and different views of what God is.
Mm-hmm. So the way you conceptualize God is different from most Christians. Sorry, why did I put this as blue? And also everybody, but at the same time, he's like he is making generalizations, yeah, because he goes, most Christians do this, the average Christian believer does this. Those are generalizations, sure. But then he says, fine, if we go with a fine-tooth comb and we look at each individual, every single individual has a conceptualization of what God is or isn't, whether he exists or not. They have a certain conceptualization of it. So there are so many gods because of everybody's consciousness. So do other Christians believe God has the characteristics described by the atheist interlocutor? Yes, they do. I would be interested to see if there's anything, all powerful, all knowing, all loving. Yeah, Logos incarnate in Christ. This is a Christian way. There's extra. So this is like the foundation. If you're with this question here, atheist, this is like the foundation. I think other Christian denominations and things like that will have like little caveats and things like, oh, okay, yeah, Logos incarnate in Christ, but then also we use Mary to speak to God, and Mary intercedes, and all these other little extra beliefs. But this is like the foundational, what you could probably, the common denominator across all of them, which this somehow has this all-powerful probably could be collected in the same thing as somehow involved in the matters of this world, which is kind of the all-powerful as well. And all loving is Christ, is also a connection to Christ. Is different from most Christians. Sorry, then what we're at here, that does sound like the retarded description of God I'd expect from an atheist. What? That it's just all powerful, all knowing, all loving. Yeah. So conceptualized God is different to most Christians. Then he's like every person has their own conceptualization of what God is.
So it seems
Well,
like
if everybody had mutually exclusive.
Yeah, maybe you shouldn't have used the word mutually exclusive. Mutually exclusive, so mutually. But this could be a bit debate brainy, because it's just like, oh, let me take issue with this tiny little thing over here. Although that's, I mean, when you say something is mutually exclusive, that's quite a large thing to cut out. You're saying if one is there, the other isn't.
Views of what God is, no one could speak to each other.
No one could speak to each other. Yes, that's true. So it isn't truly mutually exclusive. It's literally that every person has their own. I agree with that, but also maybe why do we need to talk about that part? It's we don't have time for that. But I understand. It's not a bad thing to talk about. If mutually exclusive, we couldn't. But I think he walks into it because this is the atheist is saying, well, we can't really talk about it because everybody has their own idea. Everyone has a distant, yeah. So there are millions of gods, yeah.
The
Yeah.
mere fact of communication presumes a commonality of assumption and definition.
I loved that. I know that everybody's like, oh, it's not cool, whatever. But that's Peterson. That's what I like about his turn of phrase, boys. Listen to that.
Inclusive and different views of what God is. So it seems
Well,
like
if everybody had mutually exclusive views of what God is, no one could speak to each other. The
Yeah.
mere fact of communication presumes a commonality of assumption and definition.
Communication assumes a commonality of assumption. So we obviously, the fact that we are talking about it, we have to agree on something underneath. Okay? I know that this is not profound, okay? This is not profound. I understand. It's another case of Jordan Peterson saying stuff that we already know, but I just love the way he say it, okay? Let me lap that up. Do you get your Christianity from South Africa or Dubai? I get my Christianity from Italy.
And it's certainly not the case that
Assumption and definition. I wonder if this point can come back later on to bite him, boys, because boy over here is not agreeing on any fucking thing. Okay? He will not agree on any definition, so he breaks down communication. So here, looking out for Peterson exploiting this fact. If he never settles on a definition or assumption or common assumption, communication breaks down. So I'm going to put a big oopsie. A big oopsie. Some may call a big oopsie a chinsia. Okay, I'm going to put a big thing here. Not that. That's for a repetitive argument. Sorry. It should be a hourglass. Here, because I'm expecting this to show up. So let me just before this hourglass, expecting this become relevant later. Okay. Because I really do think this is the worst thing that he does in the whole thing, in the whole debate. That's what everybody is losing their minds on, and why there is that gotcha later on.
I regard any archetypal manifestation whatsoever as equally religious.
Okay, well,
Speak to each other. The mere fact of communication presumes a commonality of assumption and definition. And it's certainly not the case that I regard any archetypal manifestation whatsoever as equally religious.
okay, so he did say that it's not, he doesn't, I can stand and you guys don't have to care whether you can see me or not. This is great. I can understand what VTubers are all about now. Okay, the archetypal types, not the same thing, are not as religious as religion belief. That's basically the point he's making. Yes, no? Jump up and down, Daisy. Daisy, come on, jump. Sorry, I'm just trying to appease my watch. Because I don't move enough, boys. That's why my immune system could be taken down by a cat scratch. The mafia is much kinder. Kinder than the church? Is Italy a Christian country? I don't know that. I didn't know that. Not anymore. Okay. Secularists. No, they're getting. VTubers use phones for face tracking. They have to stay in range of that. You know what, Serenos? Just let me be, okay? Let me have this. Okay. Oopsie, why did I mute it?
So that's not a real claim. Let me give you an example. For
Precisely.
example, there's a
Guys, I actually have a not a model, but I have images that I'm supposed to use to make like a VTuber thingy like Grays does, and Beamos. I've got a few, but yeah, I just don't.
sub-narrative in the story of Moses.
I mean, I could show it to you. Hold on. Although I prefer Daisy, I'll show you the picture. One of the pictures, at least. Where is it? Sorry, it's my fault that I've let you lead me astray. Where is it? There's a whole folder. It's from Foxroo. He gave it to me. Here we go. There. So that's what I would be. He made the little model, so it would bounce around and stuff as I talk. That whole thing. But let's go back to Daisy. Oops, that's the wrong picture. Bring it back to Daisy. Where is my Daisy picture? Back. Properties. Do. Okay. Middle East used to be mostly Christian also before the Dark Ages. Like Grays, so maybe pancake mix package VTuber? Yes, exactly. No, that's those VTubers that basically you have an open mouth, a closed mouth, open eyes, closed eyes. So it's not a very advanced. There's no Cinevere sort of physics going on. Okay.
Where Moses is rewarded with a glimpse of God, presumes a commonality of assumption and definition. And it's certainly not the case that I regard any archetypal manifestation whatsoever as equally religious.
Or not equally religious. Okay, so he doesn't. This is a key point that we don't really get to talk about much with him. So the whole archetype thing, I would have thought that's what he does believe. That's what belief can be. That you can go and this actually is part of what made me go back to consider the Bible again. Actually, to go and see, okay, what is it even? Fine, let me just read the Bible, even if I don't believe exactly what happened. Let me read it. This whole archetype thing is like, okay, let's see what archetypes and lessons I can get from it, because I haven't read the whole damn thing. So let me do it. So that's what I started doing. So this apparently no, that's not good enough for him. Interesting. I don't know if we get any more of it. Let's go back here to play. What is it?
So that's not a real claim.
That's not a real claim. Okay, I don't know what you mean. Okay, well, that's not a real claim. So that's this over here. This is not a real claim. Let's make not a summary. Let's make a connection. He's actually responding here. I'm going to put this here. Claim. Peterson responding to the claim he made here. Does that response warrant giving the point back? I don't think so, because this is just him saying that. he's just saying that no, I don't. No, I don't make a broad definition. He just says no, you, basically. And I don't agree. I think this point still stands because he just says no, that's not my definition. So the claim made here, not a good enough response to make me take a point off Cade. He just said nuh-uh, essentially. So, I mean, we can keep an eye on this one, that maybe it comes back later and we do hear about it, where he actually is consistent. But I don't know, man. I feel like that point was valid.
Let me give you an example. For
Precisely.
example, there's a
I don't like that he now goes into an example of the Bible, because we're talking about people that have rejected the Bible. I don't feel like that's a good path to go down. I think that you do rely on your opponent to say, okay, fine, let's go with your example here. Yeah, it's like when people say, well, the Bible says, but they completely reject the Bible in the first place. So why do you bring it back then? It's an old thing that a lot of people do when they argue with atheists. They bring up the Bible, and I'm like, it's a difficult path to tread. It's because their immediate that's an ick for them. Okay, the Bible is an ick for an atheist. That's at least that's what my feeling was. My experience with online atheists from the 2000s. It was kind of like, as soon as you bring up the Bible, that's stupid. You're not part of it. You're not thinking properly. Okay, just hold on. I need to get something. Yeah, it is a bad argument to bring the book up. Yeah, it's because somebody's already rejected it. The book can't explain why you should accept the book, really. If you completely reject it, right? You do need to accept it before you accept the virtues of it. Sorry, I need to get some sanitizer so that I do not infect my face again. Fuck's sake. Whoop. Not for you, Daisy. You don't need to eat sanitizer. Stinks. Stinks, Daisy. It's a strong smell, baby girl. Smells like 2021. Okay. So, what is, let's give an example. An example by Peterson, okay?
sub-narrative in the story of Moses, where Moses is rewarded with a glimpse of God. Okay, and
Sub-narrative. I guess maybe he thinks that it's okay to bring this up with this guy who has studied the Bible, right? Because he was on the path to be a Christian, a Catholic priest or something. So I guess he thinks that maybe that's why he can bring it up. Not a fan of using the Bible when arguing with people completely have rejected it in the first place. I guess we could use it in the context of, okay, well, let's talk about what you've rejected in the Bible, because there's many, you'll see from a lot of the atheists, there's many lines that they will bring up from the Bible that they're like, well, he did this, you see, and God said this, you see, and that they use as, look, that's why I reject the Bible. You can see. So the first place, but then also maybe JBP once. But I'm giving him grace here, but I do think he just brings up the Bible all the time throughout the rest of the debate. But maybe JBP thinks it's okay to do so because Cade was religious. Okay.
That's one of the ways that God is characterized in the Old Testament stories.
Yes.
Now, Moses is a faithful servant of God and a good man. At least that's the case within the confines of the story.
Oh, this is debate bro, Cade. Because we're trying to get the example from Peterson, right? He wants to start with an example, and he's like, okay, Moses is given a glimpse of God, and then part of this story, where this point he's getting at is, and remember, I'm very patient with Jordan Peterson's points, where he will have a whole huge, he will start a sentence, and then oops, so you get to the whole start a sentence with concluding something, and then he's like, oh shit, I haven't explained it, and then he goes and explains it, and it's all great, and then you can connect it all the way back to the first few words he said. Woo, we can see his brain working. I'm a simp for Peterson in that way. I don't think that's what we get here, and I think that's sad. So anyway, sub-narrative and Bible, so he has some point he's going to get to. I don't think he gets to it because of debate bro Cade here. So he's a good and righteous man. He's a good man. And he even says, in the context of the story, okay, of the narrative. So for narrative purposes, Moses, great guy, okay. And then they're going to have this theological argument about it. It's like, wait, no, maybe we could have a more juicy conversation. Pick your battles so that we can have something interesting going on.
Possible interpretation.
It's a possible interpretation. So glad for the squeaky voices. That's a possible interpretation. Just to let you know that he doesn't agree. The thing is, actually, Peterson could have left that bait. He's baited. This is bait, boy. Because he goes, that's a possible interpretation. Oh, no. Can you guys hear the drilling upstairs? Good Lord. Okay, so possible interpretation. Peterson could leave this behind. Could leave this comment and continue his point. But doesn't. Like he actually really doesn't. He actually pauses where he doesn't need to. Like, yeah, just let him say this does suggest, but doesn't, because this comment suggests disagreement. Okay. This cat is smart. See, pretty, isn't she?
Case within.
I can't say she. It's she is so lame compared to she. So cute.
In the confines of the story, obviously.
Obviously, okay. That's just going to make him want to push back, Mr. Peterson. So, what did you say?
Confines of the story, obviously. God and a good man. At least that's the case within the confines of the story.
One possible interpretation.
It's the case within the.
It's the case within the confines of the story. Yeah, that, I suppose, that sort of yelling just doesn't help. It's the case within the confines of the story, obviously. Which for me, I'm like, okay, hold up now. That's just saying this guy says I disagree, and then he's going, I still stand by this. Like, I suppose is he asserting it or just carrying on? Maybe he is carrying on, but the obviously doesn't seem so. The use of actually invites Cade to argue. They're baiting each other. It's just bleh. It's not. We don't need to talk about this here. This is wasting time.
confines of the story, obviously. What?
Well,
There's
not
a
obviously.
Well, not obviously, you see? Well, no. Not obviously.
there's
When we look at the Bible can't precisely say anything because there are so many different.
Oh, this is now part of him rejecting the whole of the Bible. So here, this is where you get the weakness of using the Bible when talking to an atheist. He goes, the Bible can't say anything in particular because it's too many sources. Some people will say that the fact that there are so many sources of the Bible make it more believable that so many people wrote the same thing, the same or things that related to each other over so many years.
the case within the confines of the
Yes, I saw your joke, Andrew. I appreciate it.
story.
One possible
It's
interpretation.
the case within the confines of the story, obviously. What?
Well,
There's
not
a
obviously.
there's
When we look at the Bible can't precisely say anything
Can't precisely say anything. Because why?
because there are so many different exegetical and hermeneutic views of this particular book, and
There's so many views of this book. He's like, look at me, I got big words. I'm not writing them. They're too big for me. Of this book, this work. Okay. It is something you have to deal with. It's something that, if you're going to embark on a journey with the Bible, that is something that gets in your way. It's like, okay, well, everybody's saying all this stuff. Like, I'm reading Exodus right now, and they're describing how you got to create the tabernacle and stuff, and I'm like, this smacks of humans, man.
that everybody has everybody has disagreed historically on. It seems like even the most benign detail about it.
Cubits and shit. Many of his work, people disagreed about even the most benign details. Benign details. Okay, it's part of faith. It's part of going through it. But yeah, this is what a atheist will have problems with, and it's what you're going to encounter, this whole problem that they have, and you're going to have to try and solve this within their heart. Good luck.
A book this big, and it seems like you can only say that the Bible says something if you first presuppose that it's univocal.
Yeah. So you have to presuppose. You can only say the Bible says anything unless you presuppose that it's univocal. This isn't exactly true with certain kinds of interpretations of faith, because there are people that aren't literalists of the Bible that still believe that there is a thread of God in the Bible, and you don't have to believe the exact words of all of this stuff for it to be Christianity and for it to be belief. So this is just one interpretation. This here, there is a way that there is a path of faith that you have to believe, that you take the Bible immediately as it has to be univocal. Whereas my perception of the Bible so far is it's very, very much touched by human hands. It's very much it's put into words that humans will need to. It's spoken to humans, and it's very much influenced by humans. There's something underlying that I'm searching for in the Bible, but here this isn't completely untrue. But I'm saying I don't see the Bible as univocal, and I still believe in Christ. So that's just a mystery of my own, I suppose.
So your claim essentially is that Moses in the Old Testament plays the role of a villain or is irrelevant.
Yeah, I love that. That's very good. That's a good response. Okay, fine. You've said this. Cool. You've explained. Not obviously. Fine. Oh, let me put the note here. Finding Jordan. Well, the reason you can't really talk about the Bible in this context, in this kind of debate with an atheist. They already reject the Bible. You would have to really go on this whole journey of trying to get them to accept some version of the Bible, or just get them to concede that the stories are meaningful or something, and then that might not happen. And it takes a long time to go through it. So not obviously. What so is it your opinion that is Moses a villain, or is he irrelevant, or is it irrelevant? That's a good way to go with the question, because like fine. Let me just he sees this guy's going to argue that, so it's like fine. Let's get back to this point. What is your argument here? You said not obviously. You're going to go and argue about the Bible over there, but actually, so it brings it context they began with. Okay. Oh, I'm feeling migraine-y. Stop it. You don't need to be a migraine. You don't. So let's do this here. A relationship, going back here. And let's do that. And that. And it's white. Okay. And no, white and solid. Hello. There. And solid. Cool. Moses did stone a bunch of motherfuckers, but it was all righteous.
Because the alternative claim
I'm
is
saying that we
he's
can't
good.
know.
I'm saying we can't know. The alternative is that he's good. Okay, so he's like, we can't know. So irrelevant. I think that's the closest we get to the options. Is he's saying it's, yeah, we can't know, so it's irrelevant. We can't talk about it. So, okay, are we going to get anywhere with this example?
Because we can't talk to those
look,
authors.
If you are going to start
Saying we can't know, we can't talk to those authors. Okay, that's again, what now?
with the presupposition that there's nothing I can say about any of these stories that you're not going to disagree with.
Yeah, that is annoying. So there's nothing. Start with the proposition. Is there nothing I can say? Supposition. About these stories that you wouldn't disagree with. So yeah, that's why I said Cade's debate, bro. Where it's like, do we need to have this? Do we need to have this argument about whether Moses is the good guy or the bad guy? No, that's not really the argument that Cade is trying to have. He's trying to have the idea that the Bible is not a thing, or is not worth really interacting with, or part of this being the fact that we can't talk to those authors and whatever, that's a flaw. All of this, the fact that there's so many interpretations of the Bible make it so difficult to even at all comprehend, which he's obviously, as an atheist, you won't be comfortable with that. I think when you do have belief, you find comfort in that, and I think it's very difficult to do that. You feel like, oh no, I'm just making excuses for myself. But when actually you're accepting that you just don't fucking know everything. I don't know if we get to this point, if this is when he brings up God being finite, and you being finite and God being infinite.
From the perspective that there are multiple potential competing claims, the role of a villain or is irrelevant. Because the alternative claim
I'm
is
saying that we
he's
can't
good.
know,
Well,
because we
that's-
can't talk to those
look,
authors.
If you are going to start with the presupposition that there's nothing I can say about any
Okay, if you're going to start, sorry.
of these stories that you're not going to disagree with from the perspective that there are multiple potential competing claims, then I can't speak with you.
Yeah, well, you brought up the Bible, bro. That's the thing, though. You brought it up as if that was going to be something we could do. We can't. I can agree with Islamic confusion or Buddhist theories. That isn't going to convert me. Yeah, that's not going to make you believe in the actual presence of God. You can take messages and allegory and all of that and be like, yeah, I learned some lessons here, but I'm not going to believe in Sky Daddy. You know, that's not, I don't know what he was going with here. I think he wanted to go into the symbolic thing of like, oh, burning bush and whatever. I don't know. I can say about these stories that I wouldn't disagree with. We just because again clashing with the fact that an atheist has a problem from the beginning. If we could get past that, that would be interesting. Can we just talk about the Bible as stories for you? What is a comfortable way for you to think of the Bible? You know, let's do that, and then we can go forward. Because somebody has to concede and use a definition they don't want to use in order to have the conversation. And say, you see, this is where the difference between our definitions becomes salient.
So
And we also have a short time here, so I want to get to the core of what you're arguing here, and I'd love if we could.
the core of what I'm arguing.
Yeah, I like this. He actually Cade steered them away from this example. We don't have a lot of time here, so I want to get to the core of your argument. I think it was going nowhere. It was getting nowhere. So this is a fair comment to make. It's not like a point that's gonna it doesn't take away HP, but I agree. It's moving Peterson away from this example. He does do that. Okay. And Peterson then just goes back to his claim, I think. Okay, so Peterson tried to bring it up, but it didn't really go anywhere. Now we go, what's the main claim? My core claim, core argument. So it's another Peterson starter. Does he start and just retreat and start and then retreat? Is that what we're going to have as a pattern here?
Is that atheists reject God, but they don't understand what they're rejecting. So
okay, so he just repeats the claim. Repeats claim 1. So I'll just go here. And then what does he say? Extra.
I'm trying to give you an example of what's being rejected.
Oh, that's what he was supposed to do? I'm trying to give you. Okay, I wonder what was the example going to be then? Okay, the example was going to be this. This was going to be an example of what's rejected, I suppose. Okay, that makes sense. Okay.
And its complexity. Okay, so
does Peterson ever define God in all of this? Not to my knowledge. He does. No, he does. He does, just not simply enough. I find part of the definition that he does for God is exactly why it's so difficult to explain faith, because God is unknowable. So, but I can see how people would find that a cop out. They would be like, that's not good enough for me. That's not a good enough. That is not a good enough definition. God is something and imperceptible at the same time. And that's what's fucking cool about it, but I don't think everybody finds it that cool. It's flippin' exhilarating to accept that God is both unknowable and knowable at the same time. That you will try and strive to know him and never will at the same time. Oh, so cool. Anyway, I'm going to my weed club as I hear Kitty. Well, this is going to be this is great stuff to be at weed club and listen to. Yeah, man. Cool.
God rewards Moses with a glimpse of the divine. So this is a definition of the God that atheists are hypothetically rejecting.
Okay, the glimpse of the divine. This is still not, I don't think this satisfies atheists because the unknowing of it is uncomfortable. Okay, so here, he get a glimpse of the divine. Let's do that. And this was it's the main thing that really underlies my ability to be so comfortable with not knowing everything. It's because I've realized that God is divine and I am not. God is infinite and I am not.
A possible one.
I said,
Yeah.
I
said, so there's actually the great singularity in the sky. Yes, there's actually a remix, guys. Go to the original video. I don't have it now. Maybe we'll do it as a palate cleanser or whatever, or to finish off. But there's there is, or maybe we should do it now. Just hold on. I don't know how I would share it. Just let me check a sec. Somebody, oh please, your stoner stereotypes. Hey, listen, I'm a millennial. I have boomer-ish views of stoners. So just hold on. There is a remix of this video where he says right? Somebody remixed the video. Let me go to my history and find it. Okay. And so if you go to the bottom of the Jubilee video, it will show you, in the description, it'll show you where people have remixed the video. So he goes and remixes it and he says, oh, I don't know if that's really done properly, but this is what he meant, guys. Sorry, I need to share this for a sec. I think we need to make a better version of this. I think maybe this is just, hold on, remove. Okay. Here. I think that, is this supposed to be the clip? You know, when he uses the audio. I think this person just didn't use the audio properly. This is.
I said yeah. I didn't say the.
Or did the person? So this is what the person's supposed to be mouthing to.
I said.
Oopsie. That's interesting. Well, guys, just I don't know if that's what it does. Is that what it does when you remix? I don't think so. You can hear the guy. You don't want to see the raw footage. I don't think it worked very well. Anyway,
I
said didn't say the. So a glimpse of the divine. So the glimpse of a divine?
I said of the divine.
And I'd love if we could.
The core of what I'm arguing is that atheists reject God, but they don't understand what they're rejecting. So I'm trying to give you an example of what's being rejected and its complexity.
And its complexity. What's being rejected and its complexity, which is what I'm absolutely in love with, yes, and its complexity. Okay. Divine.
Okay, so God rewards Moses with a glimpse of the divine. So
A glimpse of the divine.
this is a definition of the God that
So a glimpse of the divine, and he goes, this is a definition. So it's a definition of the God.
atheists are hypothetically.
Yes. Okay, this makes sense. The God the atheists are hypothetically rejecting. I'm with you, and I don't know how anybody can be like, I'm pissed off with people that go, he's such a fucking moron. Go and check on Twitter. That was what made me feel like this is an emergency diagram, because I think you're going a bit far to call Jordan Peterson a moron. I think you could make him, he's high on symbolism is another way that you could put it, or something like that. But calling him a moron, nah, it's not him. It's frustrating. I don't think you can call this man a moron. You're being an idiot yourself if you think that.
Rejecting.
A possible one.
A possible one. Yes. The pointing out it's a possible one doesn't take away from Jordan Peterson's argument. I said I suppose what's annoying is that I don't know, it seems like this guy's not that bad. What happens to the flowcharts when the stream is over? They stay online. They are uploaded to Xmind. So if you see this, no, you don't see it. I've cut it off a little bit, but there is a little cloud icon at the top here indicating that it is online. Let me share it. We'll publish it as it is. Okay, copy link, and it stays online. You can actually go and see it. So the Xmind is great. I have no problem calling him a moron, to be fair. I would call him crazy, a bit cooked, a bit touched. I would never call him stupid though. I don't think so. I would be really, really inflating my own sense of intelligence if I thought that. But I'm just talking about myself. The only person I can talk about is in terms of my level of intelligence. Yeah. Although I will definitely make claims about other people's intelligence. Okay, a possible one. I said I said not the. Okay, which is him asserting that if he acts like a duck, what? Okay, asserting that pointing out that it's a possible definition isn't the gotcha it sounds like. He thinks it sounds like. You can't let him get away with that, but I think Peterson's tone here is like, why are you mad, bro? You mad, bro? If you can't keep your cool, you're not gonna look very good. You have to be in control. And I think he used to be. I think his fuse has gotten a lot shorter.
Said I didn't say the.
Like all of this, when he goes, I said didn't say the. Like all of this anger that he seems to have, it's all of this stuff that that he has from Twitter, like his Twitter brain, as people have said before. He's like oversensitive to criticism because everybody is the Twitter mob at this point, because he's just been so traumatized by everybody that he's like a cornered cat all the time. So he's like hissing at everyone. Sorry, Daisy. Oh, Daisy gave me such a look. So yeah, I think he's and then let's just say note anger from Peterson. projecting all the online interactions he's had. It would be better if he chilled. Kitty should check his resentments. Yes, check your resentments at the door. Hold it back and just keep it. Check your pulse. Daisy girl. Daisy's pulse is good. Let's go.
I
know.
said
That
Right.
is possible, yes.
I said okay, well, sorry. He needs to go back to red. I said Okay, so there's just a repeat here because he goes possible okay.
Okay. So despite the fact that Moses is a stellar character and he's had a long and difficult life and can withstand a lot of difficulty and travail, God puts him between two cliffs.
Okay, so we've got a possible one. So let's continue. Moses is a good person. Has overcome much difficulty. Okay, God puts him between two cliffs. Okay. I may have some other biases on this topic. For example, my doctor equated my philosophical position, absurdism, with a clinical condition, depression. So I'm happy watching atheists wipe the floor. Oh, okay. So what, your view of the world is called depression? Is that what this doctor said?
So he can just see a crack of what's in front of him. And when God walks by, he allows him to see his back.
Okay, two cliffs, and God sees his back. This is not gonna sway an atheist. I don't think we're going to sway any atheists. But again, referring to the Bible, it's not going to hit as hard as something else that an atheist would be interested in. I'm riveted, but no, I don't think an atheist will be. God puts him between two cliffs. He sees God's back. Okay, doesn't see the whole of God because he will surely die. Oh, fuck.
It's where Moses is rewarded with a glimpse of God. Okay, and that's very obviously.
Well, not obviously.
There's
When we look at the Bible, you can only say that the Bible
say about any of these stories that you're not going to arguing is that atheists reject God, but they don't understand. I didn't say the. I said
That
right.
is possible, yes.
Okay. So despite the fact that Moses is a stellar character and he's had a long and difficult life and can withstand a lot of difficulty and travail, God puts him between two cliffs. So he can just see a crack of what's in front of him. And when God walks by, he allows him to see his back.
So many jokes you could make.
Okay, so the implication of that story
An implication
is that the divine is fundamentally unknowable.
Okay, implication. I don't think this is a great example. Fundamentally, implication. Okay, so this implication is actually, the atheist is not going to enjoy it. He's not going to follow you around it. This implication word is exactly what will put him off. Okay, he himself, if we go back to his interpretation, what he has already said about the Bible, he doesn't give a fuck about your implication, boy. He doesn't. Okay? So we're going to have to try this presupposition thing. We're going to have to try and get past this presupposition thing. And eventually it will be to the point where you say, I think God is infinite and that we are finite, and you actually eventually do have to say what you think God is. Okay. Atheist has already rejected the Bible or because all of its meaning is just implication. from multiple authors and readers. This isn't going to hit. Okay. I want to put that in relation to here, where he goes. The Bible can't say anything. Okay, so hold on. The Bible can't say anything here. So yeah, it's not going to work. I'm making this yellow because this is a assumption connection that we are making, not a connection that a person makes. Okay. I asked if she felt her life had meaning. She was Persian, so this was during the Women Life Freedom Revolution. I'm too busy to get philosophical. That's what she said. Who's this? Which woman asked you this? Hold on. I may have some other. Oh, the doctor. Asked me, is there meaning to life in your view? I answered, objectively speaking, no, which is better than if there is a meaning, because I'm free to find and create meaning. Cool, yeah. And then she said doesn't have time to get philosophical. It's like, okay, that's not a good way for a doctor to try and dodge the question. They're supposed to make it about you and not them. But I guess you would have pinned her on it anyway. She had diagnosed me with depression, but actually it felt like she dodged the question and was projecting. So now I'm writing a book about this experience. That's cool, Atheist Gamer, because I think the reason that she would go for that is feeling like there is hope. It's hopeless. Feeling like life has no meaning is literally a symptom of depression. But the fact that you say it has no meaning and you could go and create it, that should be a good indicator. That should mean that there is some sort of meaning underlying, that you can create it. You still have hope there. Interesting. If I want to read about absurdism, read Canvas. Oh my goodness, I've got too much reading to do. Someday we'll write about how the boomers destroyed our lives. That they created them and destroyed them. Okay, let's get to it.
It's a pinnacle experience, and that
it's a pinnacle experience. Okay, these are very beautiful words. I love it. Thanks. But he doesn't. Okay, implication. Oh, God is unknowable. Fundamentally. So, this is stuff I agree with. This is stuff I believe. God is fundamentally unknowable, and we're in this weird dynamic flux of trying to know him and not knowing him at the same time, because we're human and he's not, and he's timeless and we're living in time, and all of this stuff that works with me. But I don't think this is something we can. This is not something that works with an atheist. Don't go from here. Go talk about whether God is unknowable or knowable. Maybe talk about that, but don't bring it from the Bible. Don't say the Bible says God's unknowable, because fundamentally the Christian does not believe that the Bible has anything good to say or anything worthwhile.
people in their finitude have to be shielded from a comprehensive vision of the basis of reality.
Okay, so they need to be, is unknowable, humans or people need to be from an understanding. You know what's quite interesting is several times it will say, "Oh, well, you'll die if you see God. You'll die if you see God, because that's just how it is. You to know God, you'll just die." But then they make a tabernacle, and then they have certain priestly garments and things that make them able to see God. These are things that people dislike about the Bible. So you're just, this is all the luggage, all the baggage you bring with you when you bring this in to an atheist. Christians, let's have a whole great talk about it, but atheists, not working.
Well, that's not the God that's defined in that manner, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's not a simple personification. It's not a simple old man.
I think he says it's not a simple personification. It actually is. A lot of the time in the Bible, it has to be simplified for people. Otherwise, there would be no doctrine for people to follow, which is where the humans come in, which is where I go, nah, okay. Dildo, thank you for that. I'm busy. Unknowable in his entirety, but you have to be able to know what God is. Otherwise, your religion is kind of pointless. Yeah, absolutely. You have to know God as much as you can and always seek to know him. That I agree with Waffle. But the whole idea of you're never going to be satisfied. He's not as knowable as anything you've ever experienced. Okay, so people need to shield it from the understanding of God. What was it? He's not, and not a simplistic, not a simple framing. Jordan Smith voice Peterson. Yeah, well, I've made him that so.
Defined in that manner, right? It's not a simple personification.
It is simple in that context. That's what I believe, and not, or at least what I'm perceiving in the Bible. Not a simple personification. Not an old man.
Not a simple old man in the sky.
Not a simple old man in the sky. Okay.
It's something that, in its essence, is unknowable and overwhelming.
Okay, it's something that's unknowable and overwhelming. Yes. I'm with you on that, but I don't know how you're. This guy's not going to be on it. So I'm really happy for you.
And that isn't, in my experience, the God that's defined by atheists who are attempting to undermine the story.
That isn't my. So he's saying this definition over here. That isn't, in my experience. Okay, that must be Gordon's lunch. BRB. Oh, I've got some. Oh, I didn't download it. Sorry. I'll do a BRB screen for you just now. Thank you. I also just realized, hello, that the music is not playing. Music not playing because I didn't do the final. There you go. Sorry, guys. The helium huffing voices make listening to this more acceptable. Oh, I'm so glad. No, it's not. It's not Justin Bieber. It's actually better. I need to just download it into StreamYard. Just hold on. Add music. I'll show it to you just quickly. Let's pause this. I think it's pretty cute considering we have Daisy on screen today. Oh, come on. It's courtesy of Creamage, by the way. Okay, it's processing. the ass infection specialist has arrived. No, I have to go to her. Damn it. I've got an appointment tomorrow. Come on. There you go.
Daisy, das Poop Zoomies.
Did you guys hear? You'll hear it better at a later stage. Oh no. A Meowster mix. It is very beautiful. What, did it mess up? Did it mess up, Creamage? I loved it.
I mean, it's the same claim, for example, that you're a...
Oh, isn't my experience the God that's rejecting? So, I mean, there is some truth, I feel like this, to to the general atheist out there, or the agnostic really, they're rejecting the religion of it all and the scripture of it all. They're not. He's saying they're not rejecting the unknowable. Nah, they are rejecting they find the unknowable thing of God, the unknowable nature of God. They find that to mean that God does not exist. The fact that you can't know him, the fact that he is even a him or considered anything is so uncomfortable that they reject it. And I think that that's okay for them to do. It's something they're allowed to do. It's something logical, I understand. That you have to really, it's something so difficult to accept that it makes sense to me somebody could reject it. It's not like I want people to reject it, but I can understand why. Yes, it's called hubris. Yeah. Agnostics like me are atheists that smoked weed once and just let it go. So you're kind of like, there is something, but I don't know. So I'm not going to use the Bible or anything like that to know it. But a lot of people that are atheists, there are people that aren't just agnostic. They literally just believe that they don't know. We're an accident, and there's really nothing to life at all. It's just weird, and then we're dead. If shit happens, then you die, and that's it. There's nothing afterwards. Nothing.
A finite creature, and that you face something that in the final analysis is unknowable.
Just the way it is like if you're a finite number and you're trying to work with infinite numbers, you're not going to work out. It's not going to work out. You are just incapable. But then what an atheist says is my incapability means it's not there. Same thing as atheist gamer saying extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. That evidence, this is not good enough for an atheist. So finite being, how do you say it?
It's the God that's defined by atheists who are attempting to undermine the story. I mean, it's the same claim, for example, that you're a finite creature.
Oh, sorry, I do want to say rejecting by undermining the story. Fine being.
And that you face something that in the final analysis is unknowable, and that you have to establish a relationship with it regardless of your inability to perceive or even withstand perceiving the whole.
Yeah, that's what's difficult, is that you have to, like Waffle said earlier on, you're a finite being. In the final analysis, God is you know God is unknowable, but you still have to, despite your limits, despite this, you have to seek a relationship with him. Does a god or gods exist? Debate on thinkers. That is one we will touch on. Creamage, why are you like this? Don't worry, guys. This week's think, by the way, is not anything like that. Guess what this week's think is? Okay. Whoopsie. Chaos.
Okay, is there a problem with that?
I mean, the problem is that when we look at, famously, when you've been asked,
When do we look at? Sorry.
do you believe in God? The question becomes, what do we mean by God? And
The problem is, what do we mean by God? Okay. So what do you mean by God? Yes. So he's calling this is people's frustration that they have with Peterson, because this is what Peterson does. And this over here is something very interesting to talk about: the noble, the unknowable. That's my main link to God, really. But no, we're busy talking about what is God and things like that, because they want an answer.
In the Bible, it's not even clear the biblical authors know what God is.
Okay, what do you mean by God? In the Bible, it's not clear the authors even know what God is. It changes along the way. It is quite astounding.
Because Yahweh has historically emerged from an early storm god, a deity.
Ooh, it's like Yahweh's this guy. Yahweh is merged from a storm god, some other deity. God is a known God. There are known unknowns, and God would be an unknown known. Unknown at this point for me. Yeah, life of universe is a mystery for me. Yeah, so that's what it is. You like, it's an unknown. Okay. For me, he's a known unknown.
That doesn't exhaust the category.
Okay, merged from storm god. What?
Obviously, when you've been asked, do you believe in God, the question becomes, what do we mean by God? And in the Bible, it's not even clear the biblical authors know what God is, because Yahweh has historically emerged from an early storm god, a deity that doesn't exhaust the category of deity.
A deity that doesn't exhaust the category of deity, whatever that means.
And it has changed over the Old Testament. Does God have physicality? Does God not?
Yeah, you have to be. That is another thing. You see, he's upset about it changing. Changes over Old Testament and New Testament. And what people are essentially asking you to do is say that that's okay, and that's not okay with everyone. They're not comfortable with all of that. They have to either accept all of it or reject all of it.
Not have physicality. It seems like, yes, if you define religion to mean
Like has physicality, doesn't have physicality. And you brought all of this into play by bringing up the Bible in your example.
anybody that has an aim, anybody that looks at the unknown, anybody who wants to go from chaos to order is inherently religious, then
Okay, so he's tapped again on this, because remember earlier we had basically him saying "nah" to this claim. He said "nah" to what Cade had already said, that you've broadened the definition of God to mean anyone who has anything, any guidance or, I don't know, moral fiber or whatever. You've merged it. So he's gone back to this broad definition discussion, which we still haven't tackled. We still actually haven't gotten a handle on. So he goes, which I think he's taking this from Peterson's own words outside of this conversation, of course.
it seems like, yes, if you define religion to mean anybody that has an aim, anybody.
No, if you anybody
that looks at the unknown, anybody who wants to go from chaos to order is
unknown into the unknown, who wants to go from chaos to order, believes in God,
inherently religious, then
is inherently religious. Okay. Yeah, if you broaden it, then haha, it's like this stupid gotcha. Here we go. It's like this weird gotcha that an atheist is going to be like, So you're calling me religious because you've decided what the definition is.
Yes, but also in the same way, I could define atheist as somebody who doesn't dogmatically believe in a religion or somebody who doesn't regularly attend religious services.
Okay, so he can define, this is next to it, just as I can define who doesn't attend religious services. So he's this narrow atheist definition is to be compared to this broad religious definition. Okay, just as I can define an atheist as someone who doesn't attend religious ceremonies regularly. Yeah.
Or belong to a denomination. To help especially the audience kind of like boil this down, there was a lot of words there. That the central claim is that we exist somewhere between the finite and the infinite.
Central.
Okay, you define it as what?
Boil this down, there was a lot of words there. That the central claim is that
the central claim, boil it down. We exist somewhere between the finite and infinite. No, we don't. And they're divine. Is that what you're going to say? I don't see that. I think that you're picking that up from his writing.
We exist somewhere between the finite and the infinite.
And the infinite. I think this is just an interpretation that he came up with because I'm not getting that from anything he said here. Well, yeah, it's an interpretation from what he said here and elsewhere. He's just decided that's what he means by this. God is unknowable, finite. We exist somewhere between the finite. No, we're finite and we cannot know the infinite. That's not how this works. There's no in between.
Central claim.
Essential is that we exist somewhere between the finite and the infinite.
No, I said that we.
Yeah, that's infinite. At least he made a question, but everything that someone of his age group says will be a question. So, what did he say?
We were finite, and we had to establish a relationship with the infinite.
Yes, we are finite. Still so much rage in Mr. Peterson.
Yeah, and then in that case, then we're all religious, but then I can do the same thing and define one particular element of.
Okay, what? So in that way, we're all religious. What? What did you make with this? I wish that I could navigate a little bit better with this video thing.
Between the finite and the infinite?
No, I said that we were finite, and we had to establish a relationship with the infinite.
Yeah, and then in that case, then we're all religious, but then I.
In that case, then we're all religious. Okay. Okay, he's trying to make that's what that is. In that case, we're all religious is the argument he thinks Peterson is making. I don't know what the fuck argument Peterson is making, honestly. I think he just wanted to get to that infinite, finite, infinite thing. He's assuming this is Jordan's argument, but not sure that it is. He took the next step by himself. He's like, okay, if I accept that, you want me to accept this? I think he does this because if Cade accepts this idea, he feels he accepts God's existence. I don't think that that's true, though. I don't think that's true. Like, you knowing that you are finite and supposedly God is infinite, you could have the same thing that that atheist gamer said. He's like, I don't this unknown is an unknown, so I don't need to do anything further with it. There's no relevance to this thing in my life. So accepting that, it's a framing of the fact, I suppose, but I don't think it's the same as you still have to do this part of establishing a relationship with the infinite. That establishment, that relationship needs to be something more than rejection. But okay, he says in that case we're all religious. That's what he's saying. Fine, that's the next step that you would put. Then what? Then he goes, okay, now I will give you an example if I change the definition of atheist.
I can do the same thing and define one particular element of atheism.
Okay, do the same thing. I can do the same thing. Define one particular element of atheism. Okay, as what? And this is up for points, guys. I don't know if he has a point here or not, but I'm waiting for more.
It seems like we both have a reductive view of what the other side looks like.
Oh no, I can define one particular element of atheism. And then he just doesn't go further and just goes, oh, I think we both have a reductive view of what religion is. Well, that's not getting us anywhere. Oopsie.
To the point where a conversation seems incoherent, and not just incoherent.
To the point where is incoherent. Yeah, I guess it is. If we're not going to agree on this definition, there's no point for us to talk. Agreed.
But not in the way that the average Christian understands Christianity to be.
Do you?
Not in. And the point is where conversion is incoherent, and then he uses the not incoherent as the average Christian perceives it to be. Let's try and make the most sense of this statement here. Okay, we are going deeper here. The average Christian is not going this deep. Is that what you're saying? The average Christian doesn't even go that deep when they say they believe in God. So this discussion, it isn't relevant. Apparently. I don't think that's a point. The relevance thing is near. He's almost there. Maybe, I don't know, should I give him a half a point or something? We are not having the conversation. No, it doesn't take anything away from Peterson. I don't feel like it does. Because it's not Peterson's... Peterson doesn't need to talk about the average Christian. He's talking about what God actually is. Okay? So this kind of points towards what his claim was, that actually atheists, they don't even grasp what they're rejecting. Oh my God, the point is here. He's proven this. Because he says it's not, sorry, this is what I'm thinking. I'm going to have to take a point, because not coherent as the average perceives it to be, so the discussion is not relevant. So it'd be like, it's almost, it seems that that proves Peterson's claims, or that's not proves, that sits well with Peterson's claims. People have not truly wrestled with God, really. They have not truly understood what they're rejecting. That is of course a big claim to have, to put there, but I actually do think I'm going to take off a point here. Point to Peterson. He actually has actually done this. He's actually proven this. In my opinion, it's quite interesting, because what we're saying is most of them would when they say they're not atheists, they're not believers. That's what they're thinking. They haven't wrestled with this. But then again, that's a big generalization, of course, to generalize and say that all atheists haven't had this wrestling. So that's the thing. He is making a general claim that most atheists, and as Cade is referring to most atheists, he's referring to most Christians. In the same vein, the most generalization, generally it's true. It can be true. Okay. I'm going to ask my psychologist if they've seen this debate. The irony is that position is what got me diagnosed, and then I have to talk to people who has JPP's job. That's why it's absurdism coffee time. Enjoy your coffee, atheist gamer. Okay.
You have a
Okay,
problem
let's
with
pause there. Sorry.
Oh, do you have a problem? Oh God, that would have. It actually was. This was a big point. This actually was really cool. Let's put I think it is a genuine health point to 1 HP. Yeah, point to Peterson. Yeah. So look, we did get one over here as well from him. So that was Cade. Thank you, Cade. Appreciates it. He was actually not bad, even though I'm irritated with his voice. That's literally just because of the way my brain's wired. Nothing wrong with the way he interacted. I think Peterson over here looks a bit more enraged. And as we've said, as I've commented before, it's as if he carries all of this baggage from other people. Whenever he has an opponent, he has this image, this beast in his mind, rather than just an individual sitting in front of him. Especially when it's especially when it's males.
Been voted out by the majority.
obviously
So you
feel
got
that you
voted
missed
out?
something when you were
Fuck's sake.
Holy storm god, a deity that doesn't exhaust the finite and the infinite.
asked
Looks like to the
Polynesian deity Lono.
so
David, good to see
Axel. Oh no. It's Gordon. Gordon's making all that noise. Are you done? Gordon? No, they can. Okay, I put background music, now they can't. Okay, they both didn't do terrible here, but Peterson is not the person you want doing Christian apologetics. His framework is not going to convince someone who is hostile. Yeah. Run, Axel. That's Gordon. Gordon ran. I get very, very saucy when I'm streaming. So Gordon's like, ugh. Okay, so now we've got, what's his name? Let's go back to the main thing. We've done Cade, now David.
Yeah. Tell me everything that you know about the Polynesian deity Lono.
This guy, if you go into the original, you'll see how sweaty he is. Guys, it seems like Jubilee, as Amala has said before, the lights are really hot there. So sort out your aircon, guys. This guy is properly sweating. And I guess I would also sweat just meeting Peterson anyway, because he's a heavyweight compared to these content creators. Come on, you gotta admit that. So, but I guess that doesn't matter. You take him on. This isn't about convincing anyone. It's just internet period blood sports. Yes, that's true. It's for entertainment. There's not much of value. I will extract the value. I enjoy it. We're making value by taking 1 second at a time. Okay, that's what I decided. And you're just going to agree with me. God is making him sweat. Okay, so tell me all you know about the Polynesian deity Lomo or something. Okay, because then it's like if you have ignorance of him, this is definitely a good point, because the silliness of his claim is if you don't understand something, or if you reject something, it's just because you don't understand it. So if you don't understand anything, then you're rejecting it, right? So he's making an equivalence there. Peterson has to take away the equivalence. Have you been to 30 BC? Have you been to the year 0? There's no year 0.
L-O-N-O.
Sorry, L-O-N-O. Thank you for that spelling, David. I was waiting for the reveal that he made up Lono. Anyway.
I don't know anything about the Polynesian.
I don't know anything. Okay.
Deity Lono.
So you're rejecting something without knowledge of what you're rejecting.
Oh no, he said he doesn't have knowledge. See, the thing is, you're making the logical jump. You're making the logical jump. It's on the surface, it looks like a cool little gotcha, but no, you've made the logical jump yourself. So, so you're rejecting something you have no knowledge of. So did he say because you have no knowledge of it? Just hold on, let's do this.
I don't know anything about the Polynesian deity Lono.
So you're rejecting something without knowledge of what you're rejecting.
Without knowledge of something without knowledge of what you're rejecting. Then again, okay, if we call him a Christian, right, which is what the beginning of this whole thing was about, right? We call him a Christian. A Christian believes in a monotheistic God. It's one God. So he would reject Lono, right? Wouldn't he? So I said that he made a logical leap, but the logical leap actually does exist. If JBP is a Christian, he would necessarily reject all other gods, right? All other manifestations of God. So this logical leap could work. But Peterson's Christianity isn't what do you call it? Isn't traditional. This seems to be his belief is a lot more all-encompassing. So he's not. I don't think he is necessarily rejecting. Don't think. Rejecting. I feel like Peterson would be the guy that learns from every scripture, every God. Just believe a claim until you're convinced of a claim.
I'm not rejecting it. No more than I'm rejecting.
Do you believe in
anything.
Lono?
I'm not rejecting it. And then he goes, do you believe in...
I don't know anything.
Do you
about
believe in Lono?
He doesn't say no, he says I don't know him.
I
Do you
fail to
believe
see
that
the
he is a
relevance.
deity?
Do you feel that he is a deity? Sorry, I say deity. You Americans, you know deities. Do you feel that he's a deity? Deity? Daisy thinks that I'm talking to her because she a deity. You're a deity, do you? She a deity. Sorry, I thought it was funny. She doesn't. Okay, do you feel that he's a deity? I believe in Bono. But also I'm not watching this because how painful it was. R.I.P. JBP. Okay. Sad he died in 2019. Come on, Paffy, you can do it.
Deity
We even made his voice squeaky.
that exists in the world, exists in the universe,
That exists. He's a deity that exists in the world. I think this person was very, very, very flustered.
exists in the existence of everything. Do you believe that Lono
I'll
is
answer
a
that
being?
question once you answer my question, which is,
Do you believe? Will you? I'll answer that question. Which is?
do I reject everything that I'm ignorant of?
Do I reject everything I'm ignorant of? That's the logical leap he had made, which is what I identified earlier. I thought that's the jump he was making. Do I reject everything I'm ignorant of? And that's actually part of at least my personal relationship with God, is the things that I'm ignorant of. Do I reject them as non-existent? No, I don't. Others do, but I don't. Okay. He made this logical leap for Peterson, but what Peterson does is also just not let us know what he actually does believe. He will not sit down on any particular topic. God damn it. Okay. Might as well have asked, do you believe in a thing called love? Oh man, I wish he had done that, Cyberingoo. I want to do this. Might as well have asked. Do you believe? I think I would have gone the same way, because we're like, what do you mean by a thing called love? That dude's hair has so much product in it that the entire place would explode if it caught fire. That's sweat. I promise you it's sweat. It's not product.
Because that's your presupposition that undergirds your argument. And
And I love that. Sorry, that is good, Peterson. Come on, man. I love that. Ignorant. That is the presupposition that undergirds. Hey, undergirds make an appearance. Remember, undergird is a word that our good old Bill Crystal enjoyed. He's a neocon. It's a neocon dog whistle to use the word undergird. You heard it here, folks. That is the presupposition that undergirds your arguments.
unless you can prove that that's valid, then there's no point in
My question is,
Oh, and he goes, Unless you can prove what? Sorry.
because that's your presupposition that undergirds your argument, and unless you can prove that that's valid, then there's
Prove that that's valid. Then there is no point. Okay, and he goes, no. It's like, no, you have to answer the question.
no point in
my question is,
My question is?
quite simple.
My question is quite simple. So all you have to do, boys, is just repeat yourself and firmly, and then he'll go away. Whatever had been said before, if you just say it firmly enough, it will be thwarted. Okay, so my question is simple. No, really, this is a very good. I'm sorry, I'm happy with him going, do I reject everything I'm ignorant of? Let's play around with it. I know it's airy fairy and people are annoyed with it, but Daisy's showing you guys her butthole right now. Thanks, Daisy. Appreciate.
yeah, but that doesn't
Do
mean
you
it's
believe-
formulated accurately.
My question is simple. that doesn't mean it's formulated accurately. I enjoy that. Just because your question is simple doesn't mean it's great. It's like, oh, fuck you is simple as a response, but that doesn't make it a good response.
Do you believe that Lono exists?
Okay, so do you believe that Lono exists? So you're supposed to say, I don't know, right? So he just continues his path. He's like, no, I'm going to just not let him get away with it. So I guess this is like definition dodging for Peterson. He's not letting definition dodging happen. Okay, so let's see. He keeps asking the question to get a different result. Do you believe in Lono? Again, I think he's just, if I ask the question enough, I'll get the result I want. Okay.
Yes or no?
All hail Luomo. Yes, all hail the man.
I'm not going to answer that question
Oh,
for the reasons I just described.
I'm not going to answer that question for the reasons I just described. Okay, so you can very easily decide that this is definition dodging, and I'll put that there. Sorry, it is. It seems that way. Rather, just answer the question so we can have a discussion, right? We would have this, but he's actually, nah, I'm not going to answer it. This is an interesting tactic, because when you know someone's question is supposed to lead somewhere, that's why you don't want to answer it. What he has done is gone to the conclusion. He went when he said, do I reject everything I'm ignorant of? That is the point. I feel like this is the point that he thinks David is trying to make. The point Peterson thinks David is trying to make. Okay, so he sees that, he perceives that, and that's why he won't answer the question, because he knows that this is what bro is going to try and paint him with. David will, he thinks David will try to make this claim about him. So that's why he won't answer it unless David makes his claim. It's kind of like preempting a gotcha, preempting the gotcha as already being gotten. Arguing the next step. I don't know, I'm saying arguing the next step, however, just comes off as definition dodging. I won't take a point off for it though, because he does ask this question. Will I take it? I'm being biased. Should I take it off? Let's see.
You already insisted.
A few ontological games too, yeah. I just thought of the best debate tactic. When you are losing, start singing the Super Mario Bros. Theme. This will lead to Nintendo copyright striking your video. No one will ever upload it online. That is a brilliant, brilliant thing to remember, guys. You heard it from Sabo Ringu. Thank you. Keep that in mind whenever you are you are having a debate.
That if I reject something, that if I'm ignorant of something,
okay, so hold on.
valid, then there's no point.
My question is quite simple.
Yeah, but that doesn't
Do
mean
you
it's
believe-
formulated accurately.
Do you believe
In God, written on a bullet. That's from Flyleaf.
Lono exists? Yes or no?
I'm not going to answer that.
Do you believe, sorry, that Lono exists? Sorry, that Lono exists. Yes or no? You can't be like, hey, tell me yes or no. I don't know.
Question. For the reasons I just described. You already insisted that if I reject something that
There, you see, that's what he's saying. That's how he's explained it. You've already insisted that if I am ignorant of something, I reject it.
if I'm ignorant of something,
Yeah. If I'm ignorant of something, I reject it.
I reject it. Do you think that everyone
Hold on. I want to see if there's a time. If we've no, we can't see the freaking timer because this is a cut, and I'm like, how much did they cut here?
for the reasons I just described? You already insisted that if I reject something that if I'm ignorant of something, I reject it. Do you think that everyone in the world has to know everything simultaneously for
I enjoy this because it's like you thought this was an angle you were gonna go at, but I don't think you covered it as much as you thought. So, yeah, do you think it's everyone in the world to know everything simultaneously?
that to be valid and true?
Does he say for that? Hold on.
Everyone in the world has to know everything simultaneously for that to be valid and true?
Yeah. So so he's saying for this to be valid and true, this here. Do I reject for this to be true? For this to be true. Oopsie. Let's put you as yellow. For this to be true. For that to be valid, everybody would have to know everything. Yeah, you would have to know everything to be able to reject it. Am I wrong? I think he's right here. The ontological games are fun. Hey, Chucky, I'm ignorant of computer coding, so does Google work or not? Well, this is what the guy's trying to come for. He's trying to say, haha, you see, I gotcha. You don't know anything about this guy, and yet you reject him.
I think in order for your
Answer that
argument
question.
to be true,
Possibility that it's still off
Oh,
now.
fuck's sake.
Anybody that has an aim, anybody that looks at
hey, how's it going? Nice. Of everything, do you believe that Lono
I'll
is
answer
a
that
being
question once you answer my question, because that's your presupposition.
exists? Yes or no?
I'm not going to answer that question for the reasons I just described. You already insisted that if I reject
Oh, for fuck's sake, my pause button is right here. And I just saw what Waffle said. That is a yes or no question, though. Belief is a thing you either have or don't. Jordan is just trying to get out of a bad conclusion. He should be able to say he doesn't know yet. He hasn't asked himself whether this is true or not. I think he's able to say, I guess he could say no because no, not yet, I suppose.
True?
I think in order for your
Answer that
argument
question.
to be true, in order for it to be true that we
In order for your argument to be true, okay? In order for your argument to be true, so in order for you, I don't know which argument you're talking about. In order for your argument to be true, what argument is this?
atheists don't understand what we're rejecting, then
What? Oh, for this to be true. Hold on. Where are we at?
And the world has to know everything simultaneously for that to be valid and true?
I think in order for your
Answer that
argument
question.
This is the other way around, though. It's not the same place in the Venn
to
diagram.
be true, in order for it to be true that
In order for it to be true, in order for it to be true that atheists,
we atheists don't understand what we're rejecting,
don't understand what we're rejecting, okay,
then you need to also apply that to yourself
then you need to also apply that to yourself. What, that we don't know what you're accepting when you accept it, I suppose? Is that what you're going to say?
and to Christians and to Muslims and to any other person on this earth, where if you don't understand what you're rejecting the belief in, then you can't reject the belief in it. That's
That doesn't make... No, you were almost there, boy. You were almost there. Because the point that he did make a logical leap when he says that he's basically saying everybody that doesn't believe in God doesn't understand. That's quite a jump. Okay? The general subject over there that we were in with Cade, that made sense, but he is making a huge assumption of everybody by saying if they don't know what they're doing, they don't know what they're rejecting. So how did you finish your sentence here? I don't think it had such promise.
don't understand what we're
WZ.
rejecting. Then you need to also apply that to yourself and to
Okay, you need in order for it to be true that atheists don't understand what they're rejecting, then you need to also apply that to yourself, which actually would mean if he applied that to himself, okay, of course I'm a Peterson fangirl, okay, apply that to yourself would mean that then you must understand what you're rejecting in terms of other gods. You should understand what you're accepting, but that's not what he ends up saying. Could this mean Peterson should understand what he is accepting? Don't think that's the point he arrives at. Okay. Because then he goes, apply that to yourself. Apply that to... Peterson has conceded that he doesn't know what God is. Yeah. Okay.
Christians and to Muslims and to any other person on this earth.
Apply that to Christians, Muslims, anyone else.
Where if you don't understand
Where if you don't understand
what you're rejecting the belief in, then you
don't understand what you're rejecting the belief in. This is not making sense.
can't reject the belief in it. That's
Then you can't reject. I don't think that's the argument you think you're making. I don't think that's the argument you want to make, because that's just repeating yourself. In order for it to be true, you have to apply it to the others. I feel like you need to word it differently. You need to say Christians have to accept, Christians accepting Christianity equals rejecting all other gods. Accepting any monotheistic God is rejecting all others. Is that what he's trying to get at? I don't know. He's getting at. And let's see if we get to it. But I feel like he was a bit too nervous to get to the point that he was trying to make. Yeah, the whole you're rejecting what you don't know, which is something unknowable thing hurts my brain. You're rejecting what you don't know, which is something unknowable. that is hurtful. I know it hurts. That's why people walk away from it. They don't want to wrestle with it. It's interesting not knowing what God is and still believing in it.
It's the implication of your
I didn't
claim.
say that I
That's the implication of your claim. That's what you're telling me. You okay? Trust me, bro. I think you didn't word it right, but okay. Rationalizing faith in the first place is retarded. Yeah. But it does. You do have to start off with something. Yeah, but eventually it is just a leap of faith, and it is belief. Because you get this unknown and you go, oh, I don't fucking know. And you have to decide what to do with it. And I don't know, I feel the unknown. I don't know. I need to figure out how to word that.
rejected the belief
I can't rationalize it. I can't explain it.
in Lona. I
It's
said I
Lono.
didn't know who Lona.
Then you can't reject the belief in it. That's the implication of your
I didn't
claim.
say that I rejected the belief in Lona.
I didn't say that I rejected the belief in Lona. Okay, so he got it wrong. But he doesn't say he accepted. I will give this point to David is Jordan never says what he accepts. So he can reject everything. I'm putting the running man there. Good morning, Lucifer. So I will give you that. I didn't say I rejected the belief in Lona. Or whatever. Lorna. Lono.
I said
it's
I didn't
Lono.
know who Lona was. I didn't say anything about rejecting.
That's because
I said I don't know who Lono was. Did you say reject him? Let's just check here.
reject the belief in it. That's the implication of your
I didn't
claim.
say that I rejected the belief in Lona. I
It's
said I
Lono.
didn't know who Lona was. I didn't say anything about rejecting.
That's because
Didn't say anything about rejecting him. Okay, that I think that's still sound. He is still doing the dodge, but this person is not taking advantage of those dodges.
I've asked you several times and you haven't, but
I asked you several times and you haven't. Rejecting. I've asked you several times. Yes, you've asked him several times and he hasn't given you the answer. So the fact that he has not still stands. I don't understand. This is just you enjoying the fact that you asked me a question over and over and showed how he doesn't want to answer the question. And the fact that he can't answer the question is supposed to be, haha, I gotcha. But he is standing on a principle here. He is saying, no, he should be saying, I don't know, and how he would approach this, how he would approach the question of whether he goes and believes in Lono or whatever. So there is a degree of dodging here. I suppose I'll say this is a optical. I'll put the optical loss here. So it will be a loss of HP and red flag together. So I'll mark him down. Remember, I said I would mark them down. So P1. Sorry, that's P2, P1. Health bar. Oh, sorry, death bar. Oh, health bar, sorry. Health bar. That gets moved. So, yeah, optically, that's what's happening. He must do because he an atheist with respect to Lono. He should be an atheist himself. Okay. Are you saying he should reject Lono because he's an atheist with respect to it? Plot twist, this kid was paid to promote an app called Lono. I asked you several times, you haven't answered. An optical showing how Peterson doesn't ever take a clear stance. Like, he wouldn't even say, I don't know. Would he say it? Does he say it? I want you to say, I don't know.
Let me get to my even greater point.
Oh, really? Let me get to my even greater point. Okay.
You're saying atheists don't understand what religion is or what God is in order to be able to reject it fully.
Okay. You said in order to be able to reject it. He didn't say anything about in order to be able to reject it. So that's another thing that happens with this goddamn format is you have one sentence to give your whole argument in, and everybody gets to interpret it the way they want to. So I'll get to my even greater point. My even greater point, apparently, you're saying that in order for people to reject it, huh?
About rejecting.
That's because I've asked you several times and you haven't, but let me get to my even greater point.
Mm-hmm.
You're saying atheists don't understand what religion is or what...
Saying that atheists don't understand what religion is and don't understand
what God is in order to be able to...
Don't understand what God is. Now you see that is there, and you went in here and you went like this. And you made it the same point. You thought it was the same point, but you went, this is actually what you did. In order to understand, in order to reject what God is, right?
To reject it fully or completely.
In order to reject it fully or completely. So he made this supposition now that what this actually means, what his claim actually means, is they don't even know what they're rejecting, therefore they can't reject it. I don't know if that's what his claim was. His claim is literally that they don't know what they're rejecting. That's as far as you can take it. I think this is given it more character than Peterson even intended. This part isn't actually in the claim, so there's plausible deniability for Peterson. It's a reasonable leap to make, though. Then isn't he arguing for agnosticism deep down? That's why they can't be certain. I don't know what he's arguing. It seems like they don't realize what could be the answer is what we had previously with this Cade guy, where he's like this is what I mean, that actually it proves his example. It proves his point that when people reject God, they haven't wrestled in the way that they truly should. or they haven't taken it as far as they can. So once they've already rejected him before they even understand how unknowable he is. So that could be the claim, but you see, he doesn't specify. So nice, fun times. So I will say it's a reasonable step. I'm not going to say leap to take based on the claim. If Peterson, because remember, if what we've always found is that if you don't finish your argument, somebody else will for you on the claim. Peterson doesn't state otherwise or prove. Why shouldn't David make this point? Because we are interpreting one sentence. I'll also put here weakness of the format. Easily exploited. Easily misunderstood claims equals interesting argument, apparently. Okay. Fry makes sense for an agnostic to claim that, even though they don't know. Okay.
We have someone over here who studied it in their own way. I've studied religion. I have a degree in religious studies.
Okay, we have somebody who studied it. Okay, so we've got this studying. So this is bringing Cade's initial argument to the fore, where it's like, well, I think they studied it enough, and I think that these kinds of atheists, I think they've grasped a lot of what they're rejecting. I think they've done their due diligence. But what we're trying to push Jordan into actually saying is that it's impossible to know it's impossible to reject God if you know him. But then he's not knowable. So it's all fun and games. So in order to reject fully or completely, so he goes, we've got I'll put it here. People who have studied it. I have studied it. Okay, so they've definitely come to know what they're rejecting. They know fully what they're rejecting.
Specialty in Christianity and Mediterranean traditions. And further than that, beyond me, Pew Research studies suggest that atheists and agnostics actually know more about religion and about religious stories, the foundational principles, than believers.
So the atheist of the 2000s is not the same as the atheist that you would come across now. The one that actually has tried to understand what's going on and just has not liked it. It seems like the previous breed of atheist was, oh my God, it's all about lighting candles and singing hymns, therefore I don't want to be religious. It's stupid. That's it. Whereas it seems like now people have a lot more, they go a lot more into it. And he's now saying Pew Research shows that atheists know more about religion and their founding principles than believers. Believers do. That's a good counter argument. Actually, they do know, is essentially his argument. David's argument. Actually, atheists do know. But they're rejecting. A lot of them research it. They're some of the most curious people about it, and I would say, yeah, seems like it. Brrr, pa, honke! Study makes your head big, not wise.
That's because they're more religious than they think they are.
That's because they're more religious than they think they are. Ooh. So he's doing the switcheroo of the definition there. That's because they're more religious. I think this relates to his later claim than they think they are. Relating to his later claim about everyone worshipping something. There are different atheists. I was raised without religion and I just felt that my position was the default one, whereas these seem to have been raised religiously and then rejected it. Yeah, I think that a lot of, one of my fun little phrases is that Catholicism created a lot of atheists because it turned a lot of people off from God. They're like, oh, this is not what I'm about. This doesn't feel real. This is not, yeah, this is not real. So people completely rejected it from there. I don't see a lot of people that just don't have anything. Lifelong atheist, I don't know anything about religion, any religion. Okay, so you're that kind of atheist, and so is Atheist Gamer, that is just like, I don't know, I don't have any of it.
Okay. You can.
They're concerned with deep.
You can? Okay, you can. Cut.
Okay. You can.
Weird cut. Okay. Weird cut, and then you can. Oh, you can, and then weird cut, actually. I just want to take note of it, that's all. Weird cut. And what does he say?
They're concerned with deep matters, and one of the defining characteristics of someone who's oriented in a religious direction is that they're concerned with deep matters.
Okay, they're concerned with deep matters. So they're going to think about stuff. So it seems like that would be against your point, though, Mr. Peterson. Atheists are concerned with deep matters. Therefore, wouldn't they be the best to reject God? Or are they just atheists that are waiting to know God? And when they do, when they accept that they need to know God, I don't know. I don't know what he doesn't know what he's arguing, and I don't either.
Okay.
In fact, it's virtually definitional.
Right.
In fact, it's virtually a definition. Okay. So it's is he saying that atheists, whoopsie, is he saying that atheists are by default concerned with, they're not actually flippant about it? In which case I'm like, wouldn't that make them more aware of what that rejecting? This does seem to show JBP is making the argument that nobody, and that we cannot but believe in God. The fact we reject him, the fact anyone rejects him, is just a matter of misunderstanding. I think that's an okay thing to think about people, but you need to understand that is a judgment you've made of people. There's a judgment that an atheist makes of a believer. They don't believe what the believer believes, and sometimes the atheist will think that believer is stupid, or that believer is copping out, or is just not accepting reality. There's all judgments that we eventually make of each other when we differ on beliefs. And I think we have to just sit with that.
But they also have to identify with a religious tradition and accept the foundational stories that go along
Well,
with
that would mean more that they're sectarian than that they're religious. And most people, for example, one of the defining characteristics of someone who's oriented in a religious direction is that they're concerned with deep matters.
Okay.
In fact, it's virtually definition.
Right, but they also have to identify with a religious tradition.
Okay, so wait, are who is they? Religious people are concerned with deep matters. Okay, then I'm wrong. Then I misheard him. Okay, religious people are. Let's go back. Fuck's sake. Don't worry, I'll format the freaking transcript by tomorrow.
Well, they're concerned with deep matters, and one of the defining
And further,
Oh, okay. People oriented towards religious matters. Religiously orientated. I would say that there are many religious people that are not oriented towards deep matters.
than that, beyond me, Pew Research studies suggest that atheists and agnostics actually know more about religion and about religious stories, the foundational principles, than believers.
That's because
There's people that will go in practice. They will go to the church and they will do all the things that they're supposed to do. And they will still not really comprehend a relationship with God.
they're more religious than they think they are.
Okay.
Okay. That's why I thought he was talking about, when he says that's because they're more religious than they think they are. That's what I thought he meant by atheists. Atheists are more religious than they think they are. Then what?
You can.
They're concerned with deep matters, and
Well, they're concerned with deep matters. Yeah, it doesn't make sense. He's switched from religiously oriented people to so I'm just going to say they're concerned. And then he goes, they're concerned with deep matters, and then he goes, religious people.
one of the defining characteristics of someone who's oriented in a religious direction is that
One of the defining characteristics of some word salad, JBP, word salad, of someone who's oriented towards being religious. Okay, in fact, it's a definition. Yeah, word salad, bro. Huh? And it would seem that you've changed from, seems like we've changed from talking about atheists to religious people. Maybe it's the cut's fault. I'm not sure. Okay, hold on.
they're concerned with deep matters.
Okay.
In fact, it's virtually definition.
Right, but they also have to identify with a religious tradition.
That's what makes me think, okay, we are now talking about religious people. Right. But they also have to identify with a religious tradition. Okay, cool.
And accept the foundational stories that go along
Well,
with
that would mean
And accept the foundational stories. Okay. What does accepting that mean? No, I know that's a very Jordan Peterson thing to say, but what do you mean by accepting? Does it mean that these are the truth, as in these are the principles I should hold and why I should hold them, or is it you have to believe that there was literally, I don't know, there was literally a splitting of the sea, or a literal, like, you need to, for me, if I want to have this conversation with someone, I want to know what they mean by accepting. Do they mean that I must believe it, that it absolutely truly happened, that Moses turned the river to blood and that sort of thing? And accepting the foundational stories, okay? Because then you could then say, oh, okay, my faith is wrong. It's not right. It doesn't make. I'm not a Bible literalist. Therefore, I'm not a Christian.
More that they're sectarian than that they're religious. And
that would mean more that they're sectarian than they're religious. Okay. Okay, so they do a sect, they do a thing, they do the ritual. Okay.
most people, for example, in the United States, deny that they're religious but accept that they're spiritual.
Mm-hmm. Okay, most people in US will say, will deny they're religious, say they're spiritual. Some of my favorite podcasters are like that. The two girls that do Morbid, they don't believe in God, but they believe in ghosts and spooks. Yeah, they don't believe in Jesus, but they're spiritual and they believe in ghosts and they're witches and stuff. So yeah, very interesting conversation. It's not proving anything, and they're done with that one. Let's pause here because we've got David, and then
There, you've been voted out by the majority.
yeah, I think you voted out because we just. Okay, thanks, David. They believe in hot yoga. JBP actually believes in the resurrection, according to Interview with Alex O'Connor. Yeah, that's part of mine as well. Interesting. Okay. Let's go to we've done David, Cage, David, and Greg. Let's go. Let's do Greg, boys. Greg time. Greg was on another, I think a previous diagram or something that I did. He's nice to interact with. Is this live? Well, I'm live, yes. I am here behind the camera. Where is my webcam? There you go. I'm behind the camera. I'm here. But you don't need to see. You don't need to see what's going on over here. So I'm Daisy. I'm Daisy, and that's all you need to know. Hi, I'm Daisy, and I'm a clever cat. Please subscribe. Okay. More dead than live. Oh, dildo. Okay. Why was he so hesitant about just identifying as a Christian? I have no fucking idea. I really don't know. Read his book. I don't know. Okay, Greg, tell us. Listen, we are almost done, okay? Greg? Yeah. Okay, and claim 1 is what we're doing. So I know we're pretty close to 4 hours, but it's going to be longer.
Aha! Hi, nice to meet you.
How are you doing?
Good, how
What's
are you?
your name?
I'm Greg. Nice to meet
Hi,
you.
Greg.
Okay, so I feel like you're getting at this idea of polysemy, where we have
Polysemy, okay? When we have multiple meanings for a word. Go tell it on the mountain.
multiple related meanings for a word, right? Like, for example,
Okay, multiple related meanings. There are I'm agreeing, and I know that I want Greg to make him to make him actually sit on a meaning and talk about it. Okay? Pick a meaning and get into conversation.
Example, a famous painting can be emotionally moving in that it changes my emotion.
So he uses an example. So example, moving. Painting equals moving emotionally. Okay. One might say maps of meaning. That's what we're doing here. No.
State. And when I was on the highway coming,
Okay, on the highway, moving. Okay, on highway equals moving. Okay. You know what? He is so condescending.
here to the studio, I was physically moving. I was changing my position. If I said
Physically. Okay, let's go physically. Okay, I like that he's doing this. This is fun because it's like, this is the dodgy. He's trying to stop Peterson from dodging. He's like, okay, here is the goalpost. Okay, here is the ball. What you gonna do with it? What do you mean by goalpost? What do you mean by ball? What do you mean by physics? And it's like, no. We have to pick a meaning, otherwise we're not talking. You yourself. This, I feel, goes back to that awesome moment that Peterson told on himself, where he was like, the communication breaks down if we don't agree on, we don't have an underlying assumption. Well, boy, you're not doing it. Hey, Davina. Good to see you.
I believe the Mona Lisa is very moving. And you said, you don't really understand what you're saying. It's nailed to the wall.
Okay, so. Oh, wow. Okay. So he has an example and he goes, okay, if I said further, let's go further hypothetical. The Mona Lisa is moving. Response. The responsorial psalm. The response is no, I don't understand. It's nailed to the wall. Okay. Let him finish. I really hope he does.
I would say that you're the one who doesn't understand what I'm saying, not the...
Okay. Then he goes, I don't understand. It's nailed to the wall. I would say, you're who doesn't understand. You took the wrong meaning, right? Yeah.
the other way around. And the way that relates to this...
Yes, boy. That's what we do with hypotheticals. We let the person make them the whole way out. Okay. And then we relate it back. The way this relates to this. Goodbye, Wesley. That relates to this. Let's go.
is there are many concepts of God, and I'll admit, I find a lot of...
Okay, there are many concepts of God.
What you say about that interesting. I'm familiar with it. The idea of this kind of...
Okay, he's like, and that's interesting. I don't even need to say, and that's interesting. I'm familiar with it. Cool.
of Jungian hierarchical thing, or as a metaphor, is there are many concepts of God, and I'll admit, I find a lot of what you say about that interesting.
Okay. Find a lot interesting. Okay, I'm putting this as the point because then he goes into just some versions that it seems Peterson is into. Okay, so
I'm familiar with it. The idea of this kind of Jungian hierarchical thing.
Okay, Jungian hierarchical thing. So he's probably wrestled with God. Okay, Jungian hierarchical thing. What else?
Or as a metaphor.
As a metaphor. Okay. That's what I thought was quite nice about what Peterson was doing for people, is he was bringing them to the stories of the Bible in a palatable way. Don't worry, you don't have to believe that this is literal. Here is the metaphor that we find in the Bible story. I viewed that as a net positive.
Or a symbol, or the kind of, atheist, materialist, literalist idea of a agentic, omnipotent, omniscient being.
Okay, so as a metaphor or symbol, and then it goes atheist idea. Keyboard slow. I'm sorry. Atheist, as metaphor, symbol. I'll be faster tomorrow, Noision. I will. Atheist. With the all-knowing what? Sorry.
Or the kind of, atheist, materialist, literalist idea of a agentic, omnipotent, omniscient being that intervenes in reality, right? So when I'm saying that I reject the concept of God, I'm aware of these other definitions of God, but I think that when we use words...
Okay, so when I find interesting, when I reject God, I am aware of these of these definitions. Okay.
Words, we tend to only imply one meaning at a time.
when we use words, the way he does it so slowly and condescendingly is great. I'm with you here, Greg. Well done. I guess that's what people want to see. They want to see this happen. They want to see. This makes Jordan Peterson look a bit delusional because he just won't interact. This. So.
Metaphor or a symbol, or the kind of, atheist, materialist, literalist idea.
Daisy and Axel are running up and down.
Of a agentic, omnipotent, omniscient being that intervenes in reality, right? So when I'm saying that I reject the concept of God, I'm aware of these other definitions.
I'm going to say concept of God here because it sounds like I've got emotional about it. Concept of God. I'm aware of these other definitions. But listen to this, boys.
Of God. But I think that when we use words, we...
I think the way he phrases it, it's so condescending. I think that when we use words, we use one meaning at a time. Fucking hell, Greg.
Tend to only imply one meaning at a time.
We tend to imply. I feel like this is good, but his response is whether he gets a life point taken out. God made this debate happen to test my patience. That's what I'm viewing it as. I'm very happy that this happened.
So the same way that I would say the Mona Lisa is moving emotionally, but I would not say it's moving physically. I would say I reject the concept of God in this very literal way.
Yes, okay. In the same way, I would say Mona Lisa is moving emotionally. I say I reject the concept of God in this literal way. that makes sense. He has grounded himself in a reality and chosen the answer. And I can't argue him out of it. What are you going to say here, Peterson? This is brilliant and beautiful and cool. Chill. Because for me, this has gotten us to the point in the debate where we literally are saying, I believe this and I believe this. Okay.
But
What literal way?
the way that God is this omniscient,
In what literal way, he says. Okay. I could have told you that. Okay, yeah. That God, and he has the answer. Look how nice it is, Peterson, because he says in what literal way, and guess what? He has an answer for you, and that means that he's thought about it. Okay. And I don't know why you're trying to weasel people around to try and make it like, oh well, you will. It's like, well, maybe they won't. You don't know. Pray for them. That's it.
omnipotent, agentic, supernatural being that sent his son down.
Okay, that God, he knows exactly what he's rejecting. That God is like, this is what it means when these people say they're atheists. Okay, that God is this agentic, omnipotent being that sent his son down to earth and blah blah.
Down and has, caused miracles and all these things like that. The idea of God is
Do you think that there's an underlying?
Sent his son down and caused miracles and things like that. Look at Greg like deflating because he's like, I thought I made myself understood. And then we've got more questions from Mr. Meaning over here. Hold on.
sun down and has, caused miracles.
Oh, he made the sun. Oh, he sun down. Yeah, okay, cool.
And all these things like that. The idea of God is
Do you think that there's an?
Did you see? Do you see him, guys? Just hold on. Yeah. Look at this.
miracles and all these things like that. The idea of God is
Do you
like
think that there's an?
Did you see how he's like, oh fuck. He's like, oh shit. I almost had him. And it's like, no, come back to me. I'm trying to talk here. Just the way that he loses, he deflates. He's like, oh fuck. Could you just let me answer?
Underlying unity of things?
Do you believe, did he say, do you believe in underlying unity?
things like that. The idea of God is
Do you
like
think that there's an under?
Hey, by the way, do you think that there is an underlying unity of things? Okay. But it's like, no, but let me say that this is what it means to be an atheist. What is the point? Yeah, okay, I could you, Jordan Peterson, not say, okay, I understand that that's what you mean by atheist, but you know what I mean is this and this and this, that to be a true atheist is to do this and this. It's what I think is that we are so intrinsically bound to God that we cannot but participate in his world and say something like that. But instead you're going to just, do you think there's an underlying unity of things? This exists. I'm going to say this. This exasperates Greg. He has given his definition and explanation, but Peterson is not engaging in it. But Peterson is not engaging with it at all. What is the point? If Peterson is just going to reject this characterization, what is the point? The comment, the communication breaks down. You yourself have made this principle known. Over here, when you said communication assumes a commonality of assumption and definition, what you've done here, sir, is you're not allowed this person their definition. So what's the point of the conversation? here. Communication is interacting with Greg's definition. Communication is broken down. Pointless. And let's put the timer thing. It came through. So there. Yeah, checked through. I think it was always phrased as atheist versus Peterson, and JP said, sure, I'll debate atheism. And atheist said, sure, let's debate Jordan Peterson. And nobody ever said Christianity. Well, apparently one of the people who participated, which is the one that went viral, the very cheeky little shit, Danny or whatever his name is, he apparently said no, that in actual emails they called it Christianity. They did use the word Christianity. I don't know. I have no idea. But I think nobody really cared. It was just like, yay, let's go.
Underlying unity of things?
Could you explain that question?
You know what? Let's just do what you do. Let's be a Peterson about it and say, you know what? What do you mean by underlying? What do you mean by unity? What do you mean by things? Why not? Why not? Can you explain that question? Like, let Greg is asking you to give you asking you for the meaning of your words, and then you can go forth with the meaning that you give those words, because he is going to concede. Okay? We should hope so.
Well, scientists, for example.
Okay, well, scientists, okay? What does what mean? What does do you think there's an underlying unity of things mean? So he's asking this. Okay, can you explain that question? Scientists. Okay, what do they do?
Believe that science unifies in a comprehensive theory.
Scientists believe that science unifies in a comprehensive. Okay, this is interesting. We should keep an eye on this idea. Keep an eye on this concept, because science makes an appearance later. It appears later in his claim. I think he says science can't give morality in his claim, where science doesn't produce morality. Okay, which I believe is what Sam Harris argues against. He says that morality does come from science. It does just evolve.
Do you? Yes? No? Or that
I know
there are
that
multiple competing truths? Those are the options.
Okay. Do you believe or that there are multiple competing beliefs, competing truths? I like that Greg will actually entertain this thought. That's what I noticed from him in previous things. Cool, look at him go.
Either things unify or there are multiple competing truths.
I know that, for example, like in physics, people are looking for like a theory of everything.
And why do
Okay, so he goes, fine. In response to all of that, he's just like, well, this in physics. How am I spelling physics? Psychics. Physics. They, seeking theory of everything. Okay. I appreciate his appreciating Greg's willingness to go along with thought experiments or with lines of thought to get to Peterson's point. Because I don't know where the fucking point is going to be, if it ever is. He's just it's a very good psychologist who just knows how to ask you the questions. Makes you think, doesn't it? You're like, oh, yes, they do. Okay. And what's it? What do you think? Up yours, postmodern.
Do you think they're doing that?
It's interesting.
Why do you think, or how? Sorry.
For example, like in physics, people are looking for like a theory of everything.
And why do you think they're doing that?
Oh, that's what I was doing up there, guys. Physics, Jesus. Why do you think they're doing that? Oh, that's also, that's supposed to be red, sorry. Psychologizing.
It's interesting, it's helpful.
It's interesting, it's helpful. I love it. It's helpful.
But they also believe that there's an underlying unity to things.
But they also believe there's an underlying unity to things, okay?
In a sense, yeah, like I mean,
So is that God? That's not what people think of when they say they're an atheist, though. Maybe we need to talk a bit more about what it means to believe in union and, you know, all of the philosophical fun times that we can have with the concept of God, rather than the theological God. It's interesting, it's helpful, but they do believe, okay? And what are we supposed to do with this information here, with this point, Peterson?
like the material world and time and space are probably governed by universal laws and principles.
Partly that, yes, yeah.
Okay, so they believe governed by universal principles and laws. Okay.
Yes, but that the same thing might extend to a broader domain that would include imagination and value.
What?
Principles.
Partly that, yes.
Partly that, okay. And what else? What do we have other than that?
Yes, but that the same thing might extend to a broader domain that would
Broader domain might extend to. I'm not going to put in your broader domain.
include imagination and value.
Include imagination and value. Why? Why would you say that? Now we're just getting wishy-washy.
Value.
I'm gonna just minus points for waffle. You know I will. Okay, well, sorry. Let's put that in here.
Can you help me connect that to the prompt?
I kind of want to see atheists argue against the NG Kerk Auntie, the final religious boss. That would be fun. Do you think how would that even go down?
I'm trying to define God, the God
Yeah.
that I don't think atheists do a very good job of defining. Here's
What was the question? Sorry. I was too busy thinking about the tunny.
a broader domain that would include imagination and value.
Could you help me connect that to the prompt?
I love that. Sorry, Greg, you are fucking hilarious, boy. Can you help me connect that to the? That's a good way of saying, instead of saying, "What the fuck are you talking about, Peterson?" He goes, "Can you help me connect that to the prompt?" This is why I thought, you know what? Why not? Why not invite Greg to be the one that you want to talk to? This is funny. Can you help me connect to the prompt? I just want to enjoy that. Greg, instead of just saying, does that mean that have to do with anything? I think this is a good Greg choosing better tactic. I enjoyed that. Good on you, Greg. As much as you want to say, what the fuck are you talking about? You don't. Because you know what? We want to have a good conversation. Can you help me connect that to the prompt? You know what? Has God been defined at any point during these debates? I swear everyone is just talking past each other. They're speaking a different language. I think Peterson has said God is unknowable, at least. Why would an atheist define God? Wouldn't a provable definition be on the burden of the God believer? No, the atheist defines exactly what they're rejecting. The atheists are the only ones that have really given a definition of God here. Whereas Peterson is leaning on this unknowable nature of God and all of that an atheist already rejects. An atheist already rejects what comes next. They're not interested in that. So I feel like they're just diametrically opposed. You're not going to get what he's not going to be able to convince them otherwise until they literally come to Jesus or don't.
I'm trying to define God, the God that I don't think atheists do a very good job of defining. Here.
Okay, so I'm trying. Might I include man? He's trying to define God, the God which atheists don't. So he is extending. This is the first thing that Cade guy said, is that you are extending the definition of God to mean a lot more things than what atheists are saying. I'm an atheist personally. I shouldn't be held accountable for a belief system that is imaginary, in my opinion. I think you aren't held accountable. You shouldn't be. I think you're right. It isn't your baby. If this person is trying to convince you to change your beliefs, they're going to have a tough time. It's not. It's your responsibility to change, because it is a fundamental belief. I don't understand. There's no arguing someone into believing in God. They have to believe it themselves. So can you help me connect this to the prompt? And he goes, I'm trying to define God, trying to define God. Atheists don't. I don't believe atheists. Basically, atheists define God well. So this again hints back to Cade's stuff, hinting back to what Cade noticed. It seems Peterson doesn't sometimes wants to broaden the idea of God, to force the atheist to admit they believe in something. Where on the other hand, the atheist is saying, this is what I don't believe in. You don't know what else they're on about, what they believe about the world. You think it's a gotcha, and it's not the gotcha you thought it was. That's what I'm at. I'm trying to define God, okay? Because somehow, if you get an atheist to believe or to accept that they believe gravity is a thing, somehow they're going to suddenly believe in God. if you just change the definition. So I need to give this a relationship to what Cade said, because he sometimes retreats, and remember he said nuh-uh, that's not what I was saying. It's like, well, actually you just did say it. Where is it? Cade. Not that one. Archetypes are not accurately. He said that's not a real claim. He did. That was his. Yeah. Defining it broadly that you can't actually reject it as well if you rejected it just because you don't understand. So yeah, that's the point he was making. So. And also remember, he said that's not the point he was making. So I'm making another connection here. Where he goes, oh, it wasn't. So that's not a claim. Liar, pants on fire. I think I'm gonna remove because it's gone back and forth here. This is not a good look. But he's done it himself. It's a self-own. Because he's walked back. If anyone is paying attention, they realize he's walked it back. Trying to define God. I don't believe atheists define God well. So I don't know. I feel like this is a loss. Take this here and this. -1 HP because he's retreated. He's dodged. Definition. He's changed his tune basically. Okay, let's go. They are. Okay, I'm gonna put a dodge, and I'm gonna remove it. Why would we waste time defining something we don't believe in? So that the people who believe it know that we don't agree with it. I think that's why. Because it's like you want to tell someone, no, I don't agree with that thing. But yes, that's that thing that is defined by the people that believe in it. You're right. But the thing is, there's so many definitions, right? So pick one. Everyone, no matter what, will all be picking one.
Here's another question for you. What do you think guides you in your determination of whether or not what you're saying to me is true?
Here's another question for you. Okay. This will be over here. I'm showing you that we are moving away from it. Because it basically, it's like he's bringing up a whole new idea. Because remember, he brought up this polysemy or whatever. No. Over here, here's a new question. What do you think is a guiding principle?
A broader domain that would include imagination and value.
Could you help me connect that to the prompt?
I'm trying to define God, the God that I don't think atheists do a very good job of defining. Here's another question for you.
No, that's a dodge. New question.
What do you think guides you in your determination of whether or not what you're saying to me is true?
What do you think guides you? Okay. Your determination to whether what I say is true. Okay, so what guides you, boy? It's a doge. Creamed, you left the socks at oh no, did you guys land up talking about Leon?
Can we go back? Can we stay on what we were talking about?
We are.
He's like, wait a second, no, you're asking a question, But you know what I want to do? I want to go back to what we were talking about. Can we stay? That's optical. If anything, that's an optical loss. It's like people are not following you, Mr. Peterson. And you know what? One of the things that we liked was that you could make these claims quite easily for us normies. We didn't have to think too hard.
Okay.
You're just uncomfortable with the question.
No.
We are. You're just uncomfortable with the question. I don't think so. I don't think so. We are. You're just uncomfortable with the question. I feel like you're on a relevance. I mean, I'm just waiting. This is. Oh.
I feel like you're just kind of throwing different spaghetti at the wall.
I feel like you're just throwing different spaghetti at the wall. Spaghetti monster. I do think he's doing that, spaghetti at the wall. Like he's not making an argument either. Tell me. I feel like I want to take another thing.
I'm not.
Okay.
I asked.
I'm not. Guys, it's a great answer. I'm not. I asked you.
You a very specific question.
I asked you a specific question. Okay.
What is it that you think guides you when you're talking to me?
What is it you think guides you? Okay, we're trying to get to consciousness. That's where he's trying to go. Guides you when you're talking to me. Okay?
To help you determine whether what you say is true.
To help you determine. Sorry, that's a better. To help you determine whether what you say is true. That's not a simple question, but he didn't say it was simple, he just said it was specific. Is true. So what do you think guides you? And you know what, I'd kudos for him to carrying on. Because Peterson pushed again and he's like, no, I want you to answer the question. So Greg does answer the question. Good boy, Greg.
Logic.
Yeah, why not? Logic.
Memory.
Yeah, which is consciousness. It's your memory. So I think it's a cop-out argument to say, well, the fact that you have consciousness means you believe in a unifying reality, therefore you believe in God. That's like trying to wiggle through when God tries to get God says you're not allowed in because you didn't believe. You're like, I did because I believed in gravity. You see, God. Like I don't see the point. You're trying to get this gotcha, and it's not. That they are rejecting the relationship with God. An atheist is rejecting that.
Reasoning. Sensory information.
Reasoning, which is logic. Reasoning. Sensory information. Yeah.
How do you distinguish that from being governed by something that's false?
How do you distinguish that from being governed by something that's false? Okay. Distinguish from something being governed by something that is false. Okay. This is when you in your philosophy books when you're like, oh, okay, let's take this slower. But I don't think he's here for that conversation. Okay, so, and I don't think that this claim gets us there.
An interesting question.
How do you know the difference?
Interesting question. I guess he's just like, I guess interesting question means, fuck you, your question's irrelevant. Interesting I'm gonna say Greg just thinks Peterson is dodging. Yeah, because this is part of people's fatigue, Peterson fatigue. That it's like he's just asking us interesting questions. He's never actually answering anything. Dodging. CC. Peterson fatigue. Okay, that's basically it. Sorry, I need to get this. Oh, my back is sore. He's shifting the goalposts. That's why I said he's not very bright earlier. I feel like he's bright enough to be able to shift goalposts and outmaneuver a lot of people. So I wouldn't call him dull-witted. I think he's doing it on purpose. Okay.
Difference when you speak between what's true and what's false. So you could imagine
What? When did that happen?
being governed by something that's false.
An interesting question.
How
No, then he asks another one because we're using up time. No, Peterson. No, you're going to lose all your life points.
do you know the difference when you speak between what's true and what's false? So
How do you know? The difference between what is true and what is false when you speak. Okay, you need to just get to the point of consciousness. You have to get to the point because otherwise this is airy fairy, and I'm gonna take another point, Peterson.
well, you could imagine
Infer, right? I can infer.
There we go. Cool. I infer. Thanks for answering. Greg, thank you. You are doing it.
I can.
from what principles?
I can infer, and he goes, from what principles? Okay. This is interesting to me. I guess people are like, no, you're ignoring the question. You're ignoring the prompt and whatever. I want to see what he's trying to get at least. But I will not pretend it's not fucking irritating. No!
So, and what are you getting at?
Oh, thank you, Greg. Because that's what I'm like, I want to see what he's getting at. So, you know what? Greg's just like, well, fine. You know what you should do? Peterson, you know what? Don't lead me down this garden path. Just tell me where I'm supposed to go. Just tell me the destination, and I'll see if I can figure out my way there. Okay? What are you getting at? Like, just give me the fucking answer, and then maybe we can continue. We don't have time for this. I feel like I want to add points to Greg. But the atheists they get one life bar. But like Greg should just get a little star. Greg gives me this I'm just a guy vibe, and I love it. What is he getting at? Only God knows. You know what, Dildo? I think you've made it into the diagram. What is he getting at? Oopsie. Only God knows. It wasn't an interesting question. He was just being polite. Yes. He was being polite. Again, he made the decision. Mario, again, because earlier on he said, can you connect that to the prompt? He said it like there, instead of just saying, what the fuck are you talking about? So that's what I love about Greg. Go, Greg.
getting at the fact that your conscience guides you. Is that
Okay.
I'm getting at the fact that your conscience guides you. Well, thank you. God, imagine if bro had not asked you that. And the thing is, though, people will understand this argument that he's making. That it's all underlying and God is there. But that's exactly, atheists are rejecting that is God. They're just saying that's reality. It's not the same thing. It's not the all-knowing God. It's not this you're making a leap. They don't make the leap of faith that other people do. So again, I say to you, let them be. And let them perceive the difference between belief and lack of belief. And if there isn't, you're doing it wrong. Okay. What are you getting at? Getting at the fact that your conscience guards you. 10 minutes and then you guys are eating, so stop it.
reasonable?
Conscious is defined by
Conscience.
Wait, is that reasonable? Hold on.
You. Is that reasonable?
Okay. Yeah, do you answer yes?
Conscious is defined by
Conscience.
my empathy and my reason.
Did he conscience? And defined by Axel. Defined by Axel. Because what Axel does is starts to attack his sister when he's hungry, because he knows that's how he'll get my attention. Because Daisy then starts hissing, and yeah, okay. Defined by empathy. What else?
Are my foundational.
Define it any way you want.
Okay, so that's how I'm defining my conscience. Is my my conscience is my sense of
Right and
and
wrong.
wrong. Yeah, exactly.
My sense of right and wrong. My conscience is my right and wrong. Okay. Cool. Stop yelling at the kitties. They're innocent baby angels.
Exactly.
Where
Yeah,
does that come from?
I would say that comes from
If I lose connection or something, it's because Axel's walking around behind my computer, where all the wires are. You can't go there. You shit face.
evolved capacity to empathize.
Wait, Axel, hold on. I want to show you to the camera. Just hold on. Hold on. Axel brought his sister back. Okay, well there, I did it, guys. I wasn't lying. Axel's there. Okay. Is true religion. Run, Axel! No. Okay, so conscious is my sense of right and wrong. Okay.
My conscience is my sense of
Right
and wrong. Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
Yeah,
Where
yeah.
does that come from?
I would.
Oh, where does that come from? Okay. This is gonna. You could say that comes from God, and then he'll say, "I don't believe it comes from God." End of conversation.
Say that comes from an evolved capacity to empathize.
Okay, evolved capacity. So he's like, it's from evolution. To empathize. Okay. Comes from Rod.
And a recognition of the benefits of engaging with and nurturing that capacity.
Okay, the benefits. So benefits of being in a society. That capacity. Okay, cool. Yeah, this is an old argument that people that I don't know, the people trying to say, morality is only from God. No, they've made a way around that. evolution.
And then that empathy is constrained and guided by reason, right? Like for
Empathy constrained. Okay. Constrained and guided by reason, which we also evolved. I would assume that's what he believes.
example, I am driving down the highway. There's a kitten.
Okay. For example, driving down the highway, the kitten. Kitten, okay. I think a reasonable answer could be not to do to others what I don't like to be done to me. A solid enough foundation for morality. Yeah, that's true. That's what the evolution of morality comes from. It's like, well, hey, I don't like the way that happens. Like, I think, I don't know if he brings it up, but somebody brings up the idea of fairness. Chimps, monkeys, or whatever, they already understand the idea of fairness.
In the road, I'm going to empathetically feel, oh my god, I want to save the kitten, but then reasonably, like, I'm going to get hit by a car.
Okay, there's a kitten. Empathetically, I will go and get hit by a car to save a cat, obviously. Empathetically, want to save kitten. Reasonably, I don't want. Will I get hit by a car? You get hit by a car and you save that cat.
Right, so that's sort of the process through which I make ethical decisions.
Okay, so that's the process. I make ethical decisions. Let's actually make that a summary, because that's what Bro is doing by saying this. That's the process. Make ethical decisions. So he's decided that this is how he perceives his existence, and I cannot get past trying to tell someone that that's not how they should perceive it.
How do
Empathy
you
constrained by reason.
do you think that people can differ in their response to something empathically?
Okay, so do you believe? Yes. Empathy response. Okay, I'm rewording because I don't need to do all of them.
Yeah, like,
Is there a mediating principle that
Yeah, but then he goes, okay, no, I'm not done with my question. Is there a mediating? What?
can tell you one person who's empathic and
Mediating factor. What? That can tell you? And what? And one person is not?
another person who's empathic that disagree, who's correct?
Okay, whether one person tell you where is imperfect. Way. It could tell you who was correct. Yeah, so you can make judgments about these. You can make moral judgments about these moral judgments. Is that what we're going with? But I don't know. I feel like Peterson is just doing the spaghetti thing again. But let's see. What are we getting at, boy? You're gonna have to get to a conclusion. You know how I enjoy it when you get to a conclusion.
interesting. Yeah, I mean, I think that's where we'd have
See, he's doing the same thing. He goes, interesting, because he's when he says interesting, when Greg says interesting, he means, oh, fuck it, you're waffling, bro. JP, you're talking crap. It's just like, that's great. It's like the same thing as in saying that's fascinating, Tails. It's like counterpoints saying that's fascinating.
to talk it out, right? We do that in real life all the time when we
Interesting. We could talk it out. We do that in real life all the time. Where's the excitement for all of these? Like you see, most of this is pretty tame, right? No, but we have to have the clips.
have, whether that's a discussion with a friend about the right thing to do in a situation, whether that's a policy discussion about law, right? That's where
Okay. Friends, policy, law. Cool.
we can converse with each other, think about things, explain our perspectives, and then kind of reach a conclusion, right?
Talk and reach conclusion. Okay. What else?
I think that we do that all the time.
So Elijah, the prophet.
Oh, fuck's sake, boy. No. Look, I know you're gonna bring the story back, okay? Because you're the big wise boy, the big man that is wise and teaching us, but they don't want this anymore. They have Peterson fatigue, okay? So it's not going to work anymore. I'm so sorry, it's not. It'll work for me. It works on me. I'm here to listen, but not them. They're not. Okay, so when this happens, when you say this, it just falls on deaf ears. Okay? Yeah, here we go again. Exactly, Mario. Here we go again. That's what's happening. Like, people are like, oh, so you know Elijah? Like, no. This is not how people want to. This is not how they want to interact with the ideas here. You're bringing this up. Could you not bring the point of the story up without the Bible? Because I want you to talk about the meaning of that story. I do, but as soon as this is what happens. As soon as they hear the word Elijah, it's over. It's over, Skodova. Okay, so let's just do all of these. I need to feed the cats. So you know what you're going to be treated to? I'm going to pause this here. You are going to be treated to the BRB music of Daisy and her poop zoomies. Here you go. Oh, it might be a little bit loud, so I need to put it there.
Daisy has poop zoomies, Daisy has poop zoomies, Daisy. Daisy has poop zoomies. Daisy has poop zoomies, Daisy has poop zoomies, Daisy. Daisy has poop zoomies. Daisy has poop zoomies, Daisy, Daisy. Daisy has poop zoomies, Daisy. Poop zoomies, Daisy. Daisy has poop zoomies, Daisy. Daisy has poop zoomies, has poop zoomies. Has poop zoomies. Daisy has poop zoomies, Daisy has poop zoomies, Daisy. Daisy has poop zoomies. Daisy has poop zoomies. Has poop zoomies. Has poop zoomies. Daisy has poop zoomies, Daisy has poop zoomies, Daisy. Daisy has poop zoomies, Daisy. Daisy has poop zoomies, Daisy has poop zoomies. Daisy has poop zoomies, Daisy zoomies, Daisy. Daisy has poop zoomies. zoomies, Daisy. Poop zoomies, Daisy. Daisy has poop zoomies, Daisy. Zoomies. Daisy has poop zoomies, Daisy has poop zoomies, Daisy. Daisy has poop zoomies. Daisy has poop zoomies, Daisy has poop zoomies, Daisy. Daisy has poop zoomies, has poop zoomies, Daisy poop zoomies, Daisy has poop zoomies, Daisy.
Elijah defined
Dead air, fire kitty. Oh, I'm busy talking. Sorry, Sentiental. I was busy saying, did you guys enjoy the song? And I was also saying that I don't have poop zoomies. I was saying Daisy doesn't actually have poop zoomies. But fake news, she's eating. So, thank you for reminding me that I muted myself, so you didn't have to hear the bowls clanging, etc., etc. But yes. Please don't fire me.
God in the Old Testament as the voice of God.
This is not going to work. So this is how fragmented it sounds. Okay, this is literally just. By the way, whoo-hoo. Is that after? No. Yeah. He starts off with this. This is actually supposed to go up here. There. No. There. This needs to come down. There we go. There we go. There we go. Enter, and we got a new one. And it's like, you know, Elijah. You remember that guy? It's like, oh, that's not gonna. Okay. Elijah. Mr. Peterson, please. Okay, tell us about Elijah. Please tell us. And you know what? I will eat my hat if you give me the relevance, if you make this relevant within the time limit. But Daisy has Poop Zoomies song works at 2 times speed, doesn't make me feel crazy when catching up to a stream. Unlike the other cuckoo clock instrumental.
Conscience within.
Okay.
That's a definition.
So you're
Okay, sorry. The definition. Elijah defines God as the conscience within. So it's like, haha, got you. Okay. And then it was super quiet. Oh, I did put the I put them at pretty low. It should be at like there. Maybe there. Is that better? So cute. Did you like it? Let's put the background music on, which will be through a different audio place, so hopefully it deals. Okay. Cool. Defines God as conscience within. Is that the gotcha?
You're saying by that definition of God, I guess, see, this is...
You're saying by that definition of God, yes. By that definition of God, you can't reject it, yes. But that's not the win you think it is. That's not. You think it's a win? Cool, but atheists don't think it's a win. Which is, what do we do with that? They still don't believe in God. You're not getting them. Okay, so by that definition, so 5-hour reaction. You know it. Seems like it's probably going to be, yeah, I think it'll be like 5.5 hours. Okay, seems like, but I'll be faster with the transcript. Okay, seems like his argument is that you can't but believe in God because God is everything. Atheist sees this, well, Greg sees this, rejects the argument. I think that's what he does. He does just reject the argument because he's just like, no, that's not what I believe, so no, get in the seat. It's not working. You haven't got me. This is not a gotcha.
This kind of goes back to what I'm saying initially.
I'm not defining it.
What did he say?
Then.
Okay.
That's a definition.
So you're saying by that
wait, so he goes, that's a definition? Okay, so you just said the sentence, that's a definition, right? Okay.
definition of God. I see. This is kind of goes back to what I'm saying initially.
I'm not defining
Oh no, let him finish.
it. Elijah
Okay,
defined
so
it.
as a
Oh, this is another thing. I'm not defining. Elijah defined it. But the thing is, they've already patently rejected who Elijah is. They've already said Elijah is just a guy, okay? And whatever he says it's not more important than what they think, okay? They've already rejected this. Again, getting in the Bible getting in the way. The acceptance. Talking to an atheist who rejects the importance of the Bible. Or at least the solemnness or the value of it. Like it's just people. The Bible is just opinions. Jordan started the debate as Christian versus atheist. At the end, he wasn't Christian. So the atheist clearly won. He got converted. It's brilliant, atheist.
As Elijah defines
Let's
God.
define that.
Okay, so he interacts with it. Okay, I'm not defining it. Elijah is. So you know what, Greg? Good on him. He's like, fine. As Elijah does. I'm with you. So he goes with it again with Greg. Going with the person's reasoning. So look at him go.
Defining it. Elijah
Okay,
defined
so
it.
as Elijah defines
Let's
God.
define
So as Elijah defines God, God. Okay, what does he, so?
that way in Jonah too.
Okay.
Okay, it's defined that way in Jonah too. Okay, cool. You're getting the message across. I did find a snack. No, I didn't actually. I need to find a different sound. Just be like feeding cats.
So as
Cardinal Newman also
God.
Oh my god.
defined it that.
Something Newman. Hello, Newman. Also, she's like, okay, got it. Cool.
as I'm sure you know many people who define.
The way he speaks to him is like, you are so cooked. Your brain is so cooked, Mr. Peterson. I'm sure you know many people who define it that way. I really wanted. Lol, Greg. Really? Not. Bye, Peterson. Lots of impatience. Cardinal Newman. Okay, Cardinal, thank you. Hello, Newman. That's I think of Newman as dressed as a cardinal because of that. Okay. What's next?
It that way. And it's impressive. You're very
And it's impressive. You're very impressive.
knowledgeable person.
You're a very knowledgeable person. Let me just kiss your feet a little bit, and maybe you'll let me talk. Like that's all really relevant.
I'm not trying to be impressive.
I'm not trying to be impressive. Well, he is accusing you of that. Many would say you are trying to be impressive.
Just pointing out to you how God is defined in the Old Testament.
Okay. I'm not trying to be impressive. I'm just pointing out. He's so confrontational and so aggressive with just the way he's interacting here. I think we should compare this to the Kathy Newman debate. Is it Kathy Newman? Was she a Newman too? Okay, I'm not trying to be impressive. I'm just defining God as defined in the Old Testament. Okay, cool. Just getting all these colors around. Sorry. You got Axel is hopping around in his tunnel, so it makes noises if you ever heard. This is the third guy he's talked to. Yes.
All right. So to respond to that, I do think there are lots of interesting ways to define God, and that goes back to my kind of opening
Then how do we
statement.
specify?
Oh no! There are interesting ways. There are a lot of define God. Goes back to my opening statements. Okay, and he's probably trying to say what my definition that I reject God is.
By what we're arguing about.
We use context clues, or we
Okay, then what are we arguing about? Hold up.
do think there are lots of interesting ways to define God, and that goes back to my
Then
kind of
we-
opening
then how do we-
statement.
Then how do we
specify what we're arguing about?
How do we specify? He specifies. How do we specify? Somebody specifies, Peterson. Somebody does, but you seem to not. You should define definition. How do we decide? Sorry, I need to. How did he exactly word this? Sorry, I'm gonna get the transcript tomorrow.
And how do we
Statement.
specify what?
How do we specify what we're arguing about? So I would say, as I yelled, we would specify it by somebody specifying it, and we agree upon it. As you yourself said. I really hate Canadians today. Why?
We're arguing about.
We use context clues, or we specify.
Oh, because I hate Peterson. We use context, okay? Yes, somebody does. We use context. Yes, we use context. We use what the person actually says. This is so painful. Was JP always like this? No, he was not.
Again, it goes back to my example of the
I'm
Mona
defining
Lisa.
God.
Oh, We use context. So like you're defining God as consciousness, and then when somebody pulls out like Cade did and said, well, you're broadening the definition of God just so that you can say people are not atheists, that they do believe in God. That's what you're doing. And then he goes, no, that's not what I did. It's not the same as being religious. So I'm not a fan. We use context, and then it's I'm defining God.
God as conscience.
I'm defining God as conscience. So he is defining it, good boy, but my doubt is that he's going to retreat once somebody says you're just broadening the definition. And all we're doing here is disagreeing on the definitions, which is what Greg brought up in the first place. He's saying, you're meaning one thing and we're meaning something else. And that brings me to the conversation of, well, then I guess we don't have a conversation to have, because nobody is agreeing. Nobody is agreeing on the definition. Somebody has to concede. Unless we are only going to talk about the definition, and that's our argument.
Okay, so that's interesting, but then you're kind of expanding the meaning
There you go, boy.
of God.
No, I'm not. That's how.
Yes, look at him go. Thank you. That's what everybody else will say, okay? This is my opinion. I'm defining God. Okay. But you're expanding the definition of God beyond what the atheist is saying. So, and he doesn't get to say it.
It's defined in the Old.
No. You see, we want to hear what Greg has to say here.
God as conscience.
Okay, so that's interesting, but then you're kind of expanding the meaning of
No,
God.
I'm not.
And he says, no, I'm not. Remember, I told you, he said, nuh-uh. That's his argument. No, I'm not. Oh, this is bad. This is, you're going to lose more points here, I think. If I remember correctly. Okay, no, I'm not. I'm just going to put this is a repeating argument, which we already had. So, sorry, let's do this. Cade already pointed. So Cade is the first person he spoke to and already pointed out this flaw, or this point. He already pointed this out. Okay, and I will show you, I'll put that here. It's a repeat, but it's not that somebody's repeating it because they're repeating themselves and they're being ad nauseum and blah, blah, blah. This is, no, literally, we're getting the same argument because we've circled. Okay, so let's go back to what Cade said over here, which was, oh, that's the second one. Go over here. Okay, I've just connected it there. Let's see. Yeah. Floating topic. Yeah. Naturally, demetically exclusive. The way you conceptualize God is different for most Christians. The average Christian believer thinks of God as the Bible. Yeah, this is it. Broadened the definition of religion so much that it includes any moral. So this is the example he's given. You could connect it all the way down, all the way to here. Any of these, really. So so previously I took a point away from the atheists because I was making Peterson's argument mean that, oh, the way people conceptualize God when they say they don't believe in God, they haven't wrestled with God enough. They haven't actually really understood how unknowable God is, or something like that. Well, now he's changed his argument, or he's shown that that's not his argument. I was making the argument for him because I filled it in, because he didn't fill it in. Now he's being forced to fill it in, and oh, by the way, it's not good enough, because he's going, you're expanding he is expanding the definition of God to get this weird gotcha that nobody believes in.
That's how it's defined in the Old Testament.
Okay, so
Okay. No, I'm not. I'm saying no, I'm not, which is all on its own. That's how it's defined in the Old Testament. Okay, but now when a atheist says, I don't believe in God, this is what they're doing. Okay, and this is what they mean. They're rejecting the next step from consciousness.
Elijah and in Jonah.
sure. So
Okay, and then he just repeats himself, which this just makes you, yeah. Elijah, Jonah. Okay. All great stuff if you're a Christian. Really, really cool stuff. Highly recommend. But this is not the argument.
It's not whoever,
Okay.
Elijah.
Oh. It's not whoever, you shitface. He's like, whoever. Okay, whoever. And that, what I would say here is yes, indeed. That's how an atheist sees it. Sees the Bible. Fundamentally. It's just people talking. It's like any other philosopher. It's just people thinking. It's not anything special. To an atheist, they've decided that that's it. It's not inspired or anything like that. It's interesting at best, but it's not special.
Elijah is one of the major
All right.
Old Testament
All right.
prophets.
All
Right?
right.
He's equal in stature to Moses.
Okay.
Okay. See, he doesn't give a fuck though. You're coming off, you're sounding a bit possessed really. Like people are not, they are like, oh, here's a religious nut. I'm not interested in talking to this person because all they were going to do is spew religious stuff to me. And that's part of what puts people off. In an intellectual academic pursuit of philosophy, the appeal to authority does hold weight, unfortunately. Yeah, it does, but I'm literally in the feelings, in the vibes thing that we're doing here. They've already taken that authority and they've said it's not an authority. They've said it's not as authoritative as you believe it to be. So they've already taken it out. They've knocked it out. Because literally when he says, okay, whoever, and he's like, no, this is not whoever. Elijah is important prophets. Proof it means important prophets, equal in stature to Moses. So it's like, yeah, this is falling on deaf ears. His appeal to authority isn't great for a debate, but it's a thing outside of that. When you are trying to convince someone, he's going to lose the debate, but he's interacting in it at least. Somewhat he is. Why is there a huge gap here? Guys, what's happening? Look at this gap. Huh? Oh, I don't know. Is it a boundary? No. Okay, anyway. Elijah is a prophet, so again, this, I'm just going to maybe just say is off to a atheist as religious kook. A kook, would it be a kook with a K? Kook. Okay. Okay, whoever is just, yeah, you're just a bit too passionate. I appreciate it. No. It's the god of the gaps.
Right. So it's not arbitrary.
All right. So that is
Most atheists don't throw away the Bible as being absolutely useless. That would be anti-theists. Okay, that's true. Atheists but the thing is, like, they don't accept it as this authority. That's what I mean. Like, they don't accept it as the basis upon which they're like, it's got some good ideas in it. That's what I mean by they what I mean by they reject it is that they don't think it is the all-knowing one true word of God. They just like, it's got some good ideas, it's got some philosophy in it. It's like a philosophical text to them.
Interesting, but it's not relevant to the context with which I am using the term God.
Yes, that's what when he says, I don't believe in God, we are listening to what he means by God. Unfortunately, as you have noticed yourself, when somebody uses words. Okay, so that's interesting, but it's not relevant to in which I'm referring to God. And I think that that's a valid point. It's not going to, it doesn't mean, oh, Peterson is wrong and whatever. It's just that their arguments are not, they're speaking past each other. In order for us to interact further, we would need to concede a little bit. We would need to say, okay, taking your definition going forward, and yes, he's not taking the definition either. Actually, what he has said is, taking your definition, I don't take that definition. Taking your definition, I reject it. I think that's just evolution. My belief is that evolution just created consciousness.
It's directly relevant. Atheists reject God, but
it's directly relevant, he says. Okay. Okay, atheists reject. So he goes and says it again. You're using the tactics that I was disparaging, where the guy just repeated the words. You're doing it. And I am going to also go, tisk, tisk. It's like, look, it's relevant because I'm saying God. It's like, okay, I suppose then we have to use his definition in this because it's his claim, I guess. Do we have to take a preference for his definition because it's his claim? Interesting. I want to ask myself this question. Do we have the duty to interact with his definition because it's his claim, or is it his duty to interact with the atheist's definition? I feel like, yeah, both of them are equally guilty of sticking to their own definitions.
they don't understand what they're rejecting.
They don't understand what they're rejecting.
Accept conscience as a guide, and conscience is one of the defining characteristics of God.
You accept conscience as guiding one of the characteristics of God. Ugh. It's not working, we're repeating.
The Old Testament.
I think you're being intellectually disingenuous.
Yes.
In what way?
Yeah, you're being intellectually. Sorry, you are, and that is why people are like, oh my goodness, how dare you? Because Peterson is supposed to be this bastion of reason that is not supposed to be doing this. He's supposed to be intellectually good faith. He's supposed to interact with the ideas with genuine curiosity. But Daily Wire has fucked him up. That's what I say. But Daily Wire and drugs have fucked him up because everything is now the culture war. Everything is now me. What are they going to say about me on Twitter? So it's gotten to him. He's always been bad faith. I don't think he's always been bad faith. I don't think so. So I feel like he's gotten a lot more sensitive. So he's not flexible. He's not as flexible as he used to be. He doesn't just interact with somebody's ideas. Before, that's what I enjoyed about him before. Like now it's just it's getting ideological. It's not flexible. It's not interesting. It's not curious. It's no, this is the way it is. And that feels like it's because of what the public has done to him and what he's been through personally. So it's sad, which was my conclusion the last time we decided Jordan Peterson was over. Okay, so accept a conscious guiding, I think dishonest. True. He's flip-flopped. He's dodged. Never staying still long enough to stick to one argument. He's dodging. He's dodged and refused to understand, to show understanding to his opponents. He's well and truly able to understand what this person is saying, but he's acting like no. And yeah, it's a sad situation. Do I take another point off? It's the same problem. He did the same thing. I think we should take another point off. He can game them back later on if he wants. I'm going to take it off. So I'm going to do this. Opponent. I'm removing. It's not just an optical loss. It's a real one. And I guess what we're sad because we're not supposed to. I suppose. Yeah, we're not used to, or maybe we don't want Peterson to be losing so badly. But this is what it looks like when Peterson loses. Okay. What is lost cannot be regained. Okay, we're almost done.
Because again,
I asked you if you believe
Ooh, don't yell.
that conscience guided you.
You just asked me.
I asked you. You asked me? What did you ask me? Should have set the criteria for what a loss is and what a non-loss is. To be honest, you know what it is? It's whether he has a logical point or not. And a point is made. Like where there's nothing I can. It's not disputed. That's it. It is pretty much on Kitty's vibes though. It's pretty hard to define. Just like point. He makes a good point. You know when somebody says they make a good point? When I feel it's a good enough point, I will take. You've reduced. There is a different kind of health that you can lose, and I mark it with a different marker. That you lose. You can lose health just optics wise when somebody did something. What do you call it? Entertaining, and people are gonna take that as a loss, but it's not really an intellectual loss. Okay, I asked you whether conscience guided you. Yeah, okay. And how does he characterize this question, which is probably going to be quite good.
A question, and then you stop me from answering it.
You asked me a question, then you stopped me from answering it. I don't think that's actually the truth. Like, I'm not going to see what I mean here, creamage. Like, I wouldn't point. This is not true, but that doesn't mean I'm now going to take a point off from it, because it just doesn't feel big enough in the conversation to take a point off. Oh, he lied. Like, it's ask me a question and you stop me from answering it. It's nobody in the interaction goes, oh, he's lying. You don't have this clear thing. He just says it. I don't know. You have to have a bias in favor of Peterson to take this as he lied. You have to be nitpicking for this. It's just that it's not that he really did stop him from answering. It's that you took the answer and you did what you wanted with it. You took the answer and you made your own determination with it. It does the same function, so I don't feel like taking points off. So future Kitty. It seems to perform the same function as same function as a more precise comment about Peterson's. He may as well. So that's kind of what I mean. Use the code DailyWireBan and get a discount on your circumcision. Okay, relax, you shitholes. Okay.
In this setting, you understand the way I am using the term God and belief.
Yes, that's what I want him to do. In this setting, you understand the way I am, what I'm meaning. Okay.
Not in the least. I don't understand.
What? Not in the least? No. Now you're really being disingenuous. Now you're being dishonest. No. No. Not in the slightest. Fuck you. No.
Understand how you're using it in the least. That's
What? I don't understand how you're using it. That's disingenuous. Nah. Wow. Disingenuous. Ingenuous? Spelling. I'm with you, Greg. I think you're being intellectually dishonest. That is exactly what Greg was saying. You're being intellectually dishonest. No. And you know what? I think they even showed some of the faces of people because it's just like, are you for real? More health needs to go. Absolutely, Waffle Frown. You're right. Sorry, that is just you took. It's the same point. You know, he's made the same. He's made the same mistake. He's exposed the same bit of flesh to the sword, but that doesn't mean that it's not going to hurt. Oh, that was bad. I don't know in the slightest. That's fucking bullshit. You're just deciding. You're deciding to. He is deciding not to interact. Very, very sad. Very, very sad. I am on V's side with this is the worst performance of Jordan Peterson yet, because this is egregious stuff. And you know what sucks about it is like Greg is not like the heart of intellect. I'm not the heart of intellect, but we can easily see that he is being full of shit. It's people that are actually less intelligent because you're just not interacting the way you used to. Oh, I'm so sad.
why I'm trying to define it. My definition.
That's why I'm trying to define it. That's why I'm trying to define it. So first he says this, and then he says he's trying to be easily understood. Who is that? What he's saying? That's why I'm trying to The thing that really bothered me about this was JP's refusal to engage in hypotheticals. That really gets my goat. Yeah, CS Paffy, like the thing that's upsetting me here is he this is why I'm so upset with this, how disingenuous, because he's saying I don't understand, when actually you're just refusing to interact with this definition. That could be a hypothetical. He has the intellectual prowess to hold a definition in his head that he does not agree with and go through it and work with it, okay, and then say, well, this is how this changes when you hold my definition. And that would be a cool discussion to have. But instead, he stops and stands at this gate and will not let this person pass. He's just like, that's not. And that's not what I wanted from Peterson, and that's not what I got from Peterson before. Old Peterson is curious and playing with ideas and thinking out loud. But yeah, because everything is the culture war and everything is Daily Wire and everything is he is so restricted, and he's reduced to debate bro, which is like, you are the chosen one. You weren't supposed to do this. That's why I'm trying to define it. Absolute bullshit. Gay son or the daughter might not be something you want to answer, but it's a reasonable game to play. Okay. Would you rather bang your wife in your mom's body or your mom in your wife's body? Two bad options, but that's the point. Yeah, exactly. So interact with it. You are that's why the fact that this guy, Greg's just going, you're being intellectually dishonest. And he's like, no, I'm not. And that is even more intellectually dishonest. Twitter Anons broke his mind. Absolutely. Absolutely. You're out of your element, Donnie Waltz, the Big Lebowski. Oh, I want to watch it again. Lebowski's fun.
Of God as conscience is a lot more precise and oriented than your definition of.
Wow. Okay, so but you understand his definition though. My definition of God as conscience, which I wonder if he sticks with that. Does he stick with it through the rest of the debates? Let's just put a note here. Is this his official definition of God, or does he just use it in the context of this claim? He allows more complex definitions later. Definitions. I'm forgetting how to spell, guys. Definitions later. Have you given me a stroke, Mr. Peterson? This is not right. Okay. My definition of God as conscience is way simpler. What did he call it? Way simpler than yours. My definition is better than your definition.
My definition of God as conscience is a lot more precise and oriented than.
Is a lot more precise and oriented. So this is an okay claim, Peterson, if you were not saying you don't understand his view of God. If you were saying my definition is better than your definition, or I would like you to interact with my definition because it is my claim, I think that would have been a better look for you, a better framing. But what you did is say, I don't in the slightest understand. That's disingenuous. That's a lie.
Your definition of the God that you hypothetically disbelieve in.
It is a lot more precise and oriented than your definition. It's literally written in there. What you've just said, your definition of the God, which you, and also he says hypothetically, because clearly he believes that this person doesn't disbelieve in God, because basically you can't. If you have a conscience, you believe in God. It seems like his argument, I wouldn't know because you won't make it. Okay? And if you try and make it, he walks away from it, which is frustrating beyond measure. My definition of God as conscience is a lot more precise and oriented than your definition of the God which you hypothetically claim not to believe in. So this use of I'm going to put this here, use of this hypothetical, use of the word hypothetical really does hint that he does believe everyone believes in God without knowing. Well, everyone believes in God if they have a conscience. Which is very convenient, but again, I say to you with tears in my eyes, Jesus himself, I think, would also say it to you. The atheist does not believe this. Jesus will tell you, okay? He knows. Okay, so my definition of conscience is a lot, and it's much better. So this does also show he understands what bro is talking about.
Irrelevant to the fault lines of this debate.
How?
Yes.
That's why I'm trying to define it. My definition of God as conscience is a lot more precise and oriented than your definition of the God that you hypothetically disbelieve in.
It's irrelevant to the fault.
It's irrelevant to the fault lines, okay. Look, I think that they haven't discussed the fault lines. They haven't said whose definition do we go with. I would like the conversation of, hey, we don't have the same definition. What do we do now? How do we proceed from here with this debate? Because a lot of the time you get to bedrock, and what do you do then? It's not relevant to the fault lines. This debate. Yeah. Okay. I just think we could have found another way to talk about it.
Fault lines of this debate.
How is it irrelevant?
Because in
Oh, fucking hell. We're repeating again. We're repeating. He's trying to get it across. Bless you, Greg. Bless you. I know you don't want the blessing, but bless you. Okay? It's like, wah, how is it irrelevant? Okay. Hopefully we can understand each other here.
common parlance when we're talking about atheism.
Thank you! It's common parlance. Common parlance. When talking about atheism.
Yes, God, belief, not belief.
I
We're
don't
not
care
talking-
about common parlance.
I don't care about common parlance. Well, the thing is, they do. How is it irrelevant? And why did we have to go down such a long path to get you to actually say that you don't care about common parlance? Why didn't you say this? Why did he have to pin you against the wall before you could say, I don't care about common parlance? You were smart enough to make this point earlier, I believe.
Trying to get to something fundamental.
I'm trying to get to something fundamental, no. Would have been so much better if he just tried to make this point. Instead of instead of faffing around. He really was faffing about. Okay. Didn't we just hear ChatGPT how dangerous people that redefine words suit their interests are? True. Are you saying he's a sociopath, a psychopath?
I think your point is irrelevant to the way that people
Which
tend to use
point?
these words.
Oh my god, this is just a repeat. I think your point is irrelevant. To the way people tend to use words. Okay? Again, this is just repeat. We're repeating ourselves. Beep, 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 beep. Okay, next.
Your
Verb.
point that there are these polysemous
I didn't make
ideas
that
of God.
Yes. Your point that there's polysemous. No, that's his point. Yes.
To the way that people tend
Which
to use
point?
these words. Your point that there are these polysemous.
Yeah, he was wrong. He is wrong. See, again, would I take a point away for this? The fact that he says because he goes, which point? And then Greg says, your point. Like, I wouldn't say that's bad. That he needs to lose a point because he made a mistake here. Your point about there being, I think, meanings.
I didn't make
Ideas
that
of
point.
God.
You did.
Yeah, that is the point.
I made a
I
specific
characterize
point
it.
that
I characterize it. Okay, I didn't make that point. You did. Okay. You did. Made that characterization. We have devolved, boys. We are unraveling.
God
Right.
was associated with conscience.
I just feel like you kind of retreat into this semantic fog.
I feel like you retreat into this semantic fog. That's such a great wording. Semantic fog. Like, eventually he's just not even gonna have points. They're just talking over each other. I didn't make that point. You did, son. Clean your room, bucko.
Not retreating at all. I'm advancing, sir. You are retreating.
I'm not retreating at all. You are, sir. You are advancing. He's losing it. Retreating at all. You are what I am advancing. Sir, you are retreating. That's cringe as fuck. Oh damn. Oh lord. Should I take an optical loss there? You're a bit confused by the color coding. Okay, so the red is Greg, and the blue is Peterson. Okay, the yellow is just my comments. So this over here is the comments. So just nobody said that stuff. We're just commenting on it. And then here, it's it's just that I haven't updated the colors yet. But this is which point, there and there. It's just the little jots of ideas. Yeah, he's getting angry because he's getting his ass kicked. And you know what? He doesn't need to get his ass kicked. This doesn't really need to be. It could be a conversation, but yeah, I guess it's surrounded. You know, we have the receipts. So, oh lord, should I take another? Should you take an optic loss? Oh lord, so angry. So angry. Should we take it off because of this anger? Unnecessary. Because the way he says sir, like the fact that he says sir, yeah, look at this.
Make that
of
point.
God.
You did.
I
made a specific
characterize
point
it,
that God
right.
was associated with conscience.
I just feel like you kind of retreat into this semantic fog.
I'm not retreating at all. I'm advancing, sir. You are retreating.
Like that's just bad. I think we're gonna have to remove a point because this is what people watched. I can't be lenient. That looked bad. That's an optical loss. Let's go here. Let's say optical loss. Optical HP loss. Like if people you've lost it, boy. So let's do that. And what's the optical one? Is this one, red flag. Okay. So we've taken the points down. Wait, health bar, health background. There we go. Take it away. Whew. Listen, I know but we've gone through 3 people, and the atheists have taken 1 life point down, 1 HP down. Okay. You are retreating, lol. What? Remove 2. No, Dilto. Yeah, another would probably be warranted. Okay, so I've already taken it down, guys. We've been good, I think so. And that's the end of it. Good job, Greg. Yeah, good job, Greg. Good job, Greg. Greg did very well. Mario. Good job, Greg. Woo! So that is claim 1 diagrammed today, boys. I think we'll get claim 1, 2.5 tomorrow with a if we just use a what do you call it? The transcript. It'll be better. As I usually promise. If you guys want to look at the diagram as it is, here it is. Here we go. Get the link. Here it is. All right, and I think that's been very long. Hey, I did say it would be 5.5 hours, and it was. So there we go. Plus preamble. So look, it was 5 hours. But yeah, we'll do better tomorrow. And guys, please, before we get to diagramming tomorrow, at the earlier time slot that you're used to, there is going to be the thinkers, and it's going to be a lighter topic. We are going to talk about Disney and Disney remakes. So we're going to do a whole think on that tomorrow. And what I mean by tomorrow, I mean Gulf Standard Time, 7 a.m. Just look for the stream. It will be set up beforehand, and then after that, we'll return to this. So it's going to be a very busy day tomorrow, but I also have a hard stop because I've got to go to the doctor. So there you go. Show Daisy and Axel. They are sleeping. I'll show you an Axel maybe picture. Let's see if I can get you that. No, you'll see one tomorrow. Mickey Mouse is the Antichrist. No, making me nervous. Cat's there. See, love you. Okay. See you guys tomorrow. Have a nice life. Okay, thanks. Bye.
I'm autistic as fuck, and so is Chad. We sparked out hard, yeah, we went full cat. Axel's still hissing, Daisy's on the shelf. She just knocked over the internet itself. I'll see you next time, take care. We'll be vibing again, I swear. It's been a long stream, you my friend. We'll talk about it when I see you again. We had some fun, we lost our way. That's all I've got, so go away. That's all I've got.